All right, mic check, mic check. Seems like we got things going here. Yeah, no problem, Trojan. Congratulations. I'll get them all packaged up. I'm hoping to get them shipped out tomorrow. So you and Dragoon, and get the model shipped out. All right. I think I gotta put some stuff away. That's what I think I need to do. What's up, everyone? My name is Brent, and welcome to Wicked Minis. How's everyone doing on this Tuesday? Tuesday. We're gonna be working on the Screamer Killer. Start from scratch on that one. No, it was awesome. No, I was glad that you won one. And Dragoon won one also. And now I'm down to just the 3 that are left in the case, and then we'll start working on building more of these commemorative models I have up here. I start putting them more into a scenario so I can start prepping myself for Golden Demon entries. I think that'll help out. Just kind of keep myself kind of fluent. Guys, when you start doing mass amounts of painting miniatures, and I'm not really doing like competitive stuff, I'm just kind of doing like a mass amount of, I mean, they're good looking miniatures for tabletop quality, but it's not the same. It's not the same. So I think those will work really good in the next 3 months. Once those are gone, then we can start working. I'm putting on like hero bases and giving a whole scenario to each one of the miniatures and stuff. Come up with ideas, trying new ideas. I need to put some stuff away before. I've been doing a bunch of recordings. I did all the blue for this YouTube video for the librarian, and then did the blue on the Primaris company hero, champion hero. I can't remember what the heck this thing's called. Anyways, a nice piece here. Get that one done as well. And I'm trying, I was just trying to mass do things. Weekend was crazy. I spent like one day varnishing a bunch of models, priming a massive amount of miniatures. And then Sunday, I was sitting there doing recordings, and so I was doing the Terminators. So I got all the blues. All the blues. So all the blues are all recorded. Go in and doing the blacks, the golds, and all that other stuff. So with this one, we're going to be working Screamer Killer, Leviathan, Hivefleet color scheme. I'm going to start from just the basics. Get back into the basics here. Because we just got the Screamer Killer, the Biovore, you see here, the last 3 will be Rosie, Devon, and Dragoon again, calling it now. All right. Last bit of my dark plum. Gotta make sure that I have more of this stuff down the road. Dark plum first. We got to get the skin color to work out here. That's all I'm gonna need. That should be enough. Little bit of airbrush flow improver. A little bit of water. Get some swirling going here. What's up, Paints? How you doing? Do some backflow. Some backflow. Let's get some stuff painted here. We're gonna find a place with central AC. It's hot and humid shit. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you need to have some central AC so I can kind of somewhat dry out that humidity a bit. I think I have all my lights on here. Oh, there we go. Hey, now we got some light. Oh. But yeah, it was crazy. Did so much priming, varnishing, more priming. Just trying to get so much stuff done all at once. And I was actually able to sit down yesterday, and I don't think I made very good recordings. I didn't really look at them either. I don't think they were spectacular. Because I was doing the recordings from my phone, and I was working on Elika the Undefeated. We're getting really close with her being done. Fine. That Took up mostly all the work there. Can confirm that central AC is nice. It is. What's up, Dragoon? How you doing? Congratulations to you. I'm gonna get all the packages. I'll get all the packages packed up and hopefully shipped out tomorrow. Means I got them from here into the shipping area to get the packages shipped out. But congratulations to you. Man, it was like crazy, like just today. It was like this small little fire started off probably no more than like 2 miles away from my house. Like 2 or 3, turned into like this big old 50-acre burn. Started getting like crazy and out of hand, and it was getting close to like there's a freeway that divides both of us, and it was on the opposite side of the freeway. But it was just burning up all the hills and mountainside, and then we had this big, huge rain clouds came over. Big old thunder clouds came over and just started just dumping rain. It was awesome. They like smoldered the fire out in like no time. They had to tell the shipping clerk to get busy. Yeah. Yep. Having an off day. But it was like rain. It was raining so hard. It was like hailing. They're like the hail. It was like the size of dimes coming down. I was like, my gosh, this is ridiculous. Like ridiculous. But it sure put out that fire though. That fire got big. It was a big wildfire. It was just gaining really fast. The winds were blowing really hard. And then those clouds came in. It came in dark. Like it got dark here. It was like, whoa, what the hell's happening? And then all of a sudden, just a bunch of rain came down, put out all the flames. And so Saturday, I was like up and down about the kill team. And if I wanted the kill team or whatever, that new kill team box. And I was like, well, if I go to the store, they have it, that'd be great. And then they had 2 boxes, crazy enough. And then I was able to pick up the box. So pretty cool. Pretty neat. It's a pretty cool box. Always still hate buying full price, but what can I say? It's better than eBay price. It's definitely better than eBay price. Still waiting for this sucker to dry. While that's doing what it's doing. I forget what color we gotta put in this thing. Oh, shoot. Oh, we gotta put yellow ochre. Yellow ochre. Yellow, oh, there it is. Almost forgot how the heck to mix this. Bring a storm, yeah, it was nutty. Like, I can't believe how crazy the storm came in. Like, dude, that fire was just going crazy. Like, it started out as like a little smoke stream, and all of a sudden, the wind picked up, and it got super windy, and that thing just exploded. It was burning up and all. We have like a I can't really say a mountain. It's more like, I don't know, larger than a hill, smaller than a mountain. I don't know what else is that. But it has like a small hill that comes down into rolling bits. And dude, that thing was just barbecue. I mean, it was just fire everywhere. And I could see the fire from like my house. Like I could see it in the driveway. And it was just burning all the way up, and it was getting close to the houses, and the firefighters are all fighting the line, and that wind was just whipping, and all of a sudden those clouds came over, and it was just like, just unleashed a flood, dude. It was crazy. Like it went from, oh no, the fire's kind of worrisome, to like, oh no, we're gonna get flooded. It's like a monsoon that came through. It was crazy. It was a lot of rain. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, I can see a bunch of gloom spike gits out there freaking dancing in their hands in the air. Oh, that's a little too yellow ochery. A little too yellow ochery there. A little bit too much. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Oh, goodness. Like, it is so bad. Like, it just sneezes like some people sneeze and they're like, oh, it feels so good. And I sneeze and I'm like, I hurt everywhere. A little bit of airbrush flow improver. Little flow. A little flow. A little bit of water. Bottled water. And that's ready. I'm gonna go refill my beverage. I will be right back because I'm still waiting for this stain to dry. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. We are back. Hey, what's up, Darth Rosie? How you doing? Alright. I had to like blow my nose, take some allergy eye drops. I don't know. I'm just like dying all of a sudden for some reason. Alright. Let's go ahead and do some backflow. Well, probably should switch some stuff over here. It's Happy Canadian Day, huh? I wish they were in demand. They're not. I don't know if they're. I'm not selling the one that's a behemoth, so we'll see if they'll sell as a Leviathan. It's going to be very curious to see. That'd be nice. Stock online. Everyone wants one of them. Yeah, okay. Oh, maybe they need to be in a certain paint scheme, you know? What's up? Antifreeze coming in with that resub. 55 months. Holy smokes. What's going on, man? How you doing? Just finished eating. Nice. It's better than a lot of BBQ places around here. Oh, really? It's better than, huh? Better than all the rest of that Texas cooking out there, huh? That's great. That is great. Means you got some smoking skills. Not putting up to the Texas top 50 places. Yeah, I don't know why no one would want to not have a Screamer Killer, because Screamer Killers are awesome. I think these things are such a neat model. Oh, don't have to do the top carapace because we're gonna have to wait for that. Just wait for this sucker to dry. And then we can start beefing up the... Yeah, it's a neat model. And then it spits little screamer balls at you. So it shoots some sort of toxic acid out of its mouth, and then if it hits you, then you go into battle shock. And then it sits there and just shreds you guys up in melee battle. For some reason it feels like I've already did a Screamer Killer in Leviathan, but I might be wrong. I think I did it just in the Behemoth, because I don't recall. No, because I did the Nero Tyrant. So I did the Nero Tyrant, but I never did the Screamer. Because I only got like 2 Nero Tyrants left. So yeah, like these guys in the Biovores seem like they do well. Like all my Biovores, my Nero Tyrants, they all sold really well. And also too, I don't know if I do very well with like full completed combat patrol boxes, like completed sets. We'll see about if they sell as a set or not. If they don't, then I might just break them all down to individuals and then try to sell them off individually. I always have like a better success at selling them individual units than as a solid unit. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm not going to change anything until I get like all the units on there. Like all the combat patrols. So the Leviathan one right now is just doing recordings on how to paint the Leviathan Hivefleet scheme color on the Termagants. And then I got to do a whole block of 20 of them. But I've been doing pretty well so far. I'm almost done with the combat patrol of Space Bros. I've been doing recordings. I was doing that on Sunday. So I got all the blues done on the Terminator Librarian. This dude was his Primaries company champion. Something like that. Hero champion, company champion. Something like that. And then that'll be a neat one to do. And then I was working on the regular Terminators. And that's part of the combat patrol, was the Librarian and the regular Terminators. And the other one's just an additional model. And then once those guys are all done recording, then I'm pretty much done with the combat patrols of Space Bros. And then the next one is just doing another Psychophage in the Behemoth Hivefleet. And then that one is the last, well, except for the Parasite of Mortax that comes in the Combat Patrol magazine. That's the next one that I'm going to add that. I'm going to add that Primaries Champion and the Chaplain to the Ultra Bros, because it's Chaplain on bike. I'll add all of that into the Combat Patrol. We'll see if I can sell it as a whole. I doubt that I will, but we'll see how it works. And then once I get them all up there and then like none of them sell over a period of time, then I'll just break them down as individual units. So, doing good, doing good. We just got the Leviathan and then we were allowed the Typhon. Oh, did you sell your Psychophage off? Yeah, see, like, I think they'll probably do better as individual units. But we'll see how it goes when I get down the line. It'd be great if I could sell them as a full combat patrol, but they might just sell as individuals. How goes the resell to buy more? It works from time to time. It does. I was able to get myself a Typhon box for the Kill Team Typhon. I sucked up and went over to the game store, and he actually had 2 of them. There was another person waiting in line too that beat me there, and there was 2 of them. And so I was able to get the big Typhon box. So that was kind of neat. I didn't think I was gonna get one at all. Oh, my allergies are killing me. Didn't think I was gonna get one. Come on, suckers, I need you to dry. We need to do a color, if not 2. Yeah, I was able to pick one up. I was surprised. Yeah, when Saturday morning, got up, mowed my lawn and whatnot. And then I was like, well, I guess I should head over to the game store. I got there about 40 minutes early. About a half hour before they open. And then I saw on their Facebook page at my local store that they had 2 of them. And so there was somebody that was already there waiting in line. So I was like, okay, I'm the second one. So I'm like, all right, we got the 2 boxes. And so yeah, when it opened up, I grabbed my box. He got his too. And it was very exciting. I just wish I was able to get it from my other places so I could shave off 15% more, because honestly, they're not worth it, honestly, for price tags. Like, they're just so freaking stinking expensive. But it's a lot cheaper than eBay at $360 or $350 for a box. Yeah, I got extremely lucky. And then the owner, or not the owner, but the manager there, he goes, well, you should have just came in and pre-ordered them. And I'm like, dude, they sold out in 45 seconds online. There's no reason for me to come into the store if they sold out. And he goes, yeah, I had like 3 people come in and they were able to place orders in. And I was like, well, I'll try, but last time I've done that, it gets sold out and then I'm screwed on both ends. Cedrix, what is up? Just waiting for stuff to dry, man. Just waiting for stuff to dry. I've been painting so much of lately that I'm just kind of beat up from just painting. Like Saturday, I did nothing but I did varnish and prime like 8 hours. Like, no joke, it was like 8 hours. And, but it was nice. It cleared all this backspace up over here. The manly hair dryer, I got it. I'm just not thinking, I guess. I guess I should start pulling out the hair dryer and start drying it. Probably a good idea there. Definitely a good idea. And then I should grab I should grab it, because yesterday I was working like relatively heavily on the Elite of the Undefeated, and maybe I should show you guys what I've accomplished on it. The face looks, to me, the face looks stellar. So here, let me go grab that real quick, because it's at the other paint station. So I was doing recordings with my phone, but I think the majority of my phone didn't catch a lot of the stuff I did, especially like the eyeballs and everything, because I had it so zoomed in. And then when I'm working on it, I have this big old round circular light that's like shining on it, and I'm like, and I have a phone right in my way, so I'm like looking off to the side as I'm painting it. It's a big pain in the butt with the phone. Should just do it here, but I like sitting on the sofa too much. Alright, so this thing here, these things are for the MHCP, Mental Health Charity Painters. I need to get it done. I need to get it done this month because it needs to get shipped over to PSK if I want this thing to be showcased at Nova. So I've been working really hot and heavy on her. We got her face all completed and done. I started getting everything going up. I was figuring out if I was what color I was gonna make her hair, but then I'm kind of thinking that just going straight black would work just fine. And then, so I was doing like the fur, and then the rest of her like cloaks and stuff. But I needed to finish up her face and the flesh tones. So I think I got it relatively good. Okay. Yeah. And then I still need to work on, because she has stubbles, like where her head's been shaved. So I need to work on the part back here and this part back here. But yeah. And then I was working on the fur. Still got all these little chain links that are all around her. And I need to get all the chain links done. But all the rest of the scars, there's veins. There's another vein. There's like fading out veins inside her, in her skin. She has a bunch of scar marks, brand marks. Figured that she'd look good with green eyes. Do the black hair. I was gonna put some little like red highlights. Subtle, not like real brilliant bright like cyberpunk ones, but like subtle red streaks in her hair. Like real dark red. Going into her hair. I do like it just being black. But we can do little streaks of red in the hair and then just kind of highlight it going in that direction. Then I got to get the stubbles going. And then start working on all the rest of the furs. The furs are going to go up to a gray, like a white. So I thought it looked really good. I thought I outdid myself in a thing where it was really hard to see. But like I said, I've always loved doing that. Flesh tone colors. I'm a big fan of flesh tone. So I really like it. And then, what else? So she's supposed to have, and then like her sword and things, because I'm so worried about shipping things over to PSK. Just don't want things to break. So I was going to just magnetize her hand and the sword. So this is the sword. Right. and then it kind of just nonchalantly like hangs right here, but that's a perfect breaking point because this part sticks out. And then so I was just gonna magnetize it to the wrist here so it just snaps in place, so he doesn't have to worry about gluing anything together or stuff breaking. So then that'll be your sword. This part here is always not wanting to stick. And that's her other boot. It's like a giant statue, so it's a big freaking panes like gray and blue and go up. Yeah, this one here I did a black blue. And I'll just skip it and we'll just go gray blue and then bright dark gray blue and then bright gray blue. And then this is the big old beast right here. Gonna make sure that it magnetizes so we can just snap this thing wherever this thing's supposed to be. Okay. And we'll just magnetize it like that. Then I don't have to worry about anything breaking like that. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of snow cover over top of the base. Have it develop a little bit on top of her too, just slightly. I think just everything else, I think I should just leave her alone and then just kind of snow base everything. And then she'll be kind of ready to rock and roll. We're getting close, like I'm getting like really, really close. What the heck did I do with the back? Oh, there it is. I have to put everything in Ziploc bags because everything gets covered in dust. So this is how I keep it from getting dusty. But she's close. She's getting really, really close. And once she's done, then I can have a sigh of relief because I need some sort of relief of something being completed. So she has a shield also that goes here. And then start working on that. But she don't look bad. She doesn't look half bad. It was a lot of work on the leather though. That was the big thing. And then the flesh tones, and now she's kind of set and ready to kind of hang with the others. Get stuff done. Then the MHCP charity drive dealio is all taken care of, and I got a nice big giant piece done. So that works there. All in all, everything works out. All right. Speaking of getting things worked out, let's go and get the rest of this done. What's up, Prometheus? Like, check out this meme real quick. Yeah, it's happening again. I love it. I love it. I love it. Trying to get all the crab meat going. Found out my new boss was born and raised in Nottingham after I brought up wanting to go there to see Warhammer World. Apparently he was into 40K as a youth. He was curious about what happened to Chaos since 2003 when he checked out. It was fun to talk through. Oh, that's awesome. My eyeballs are itchy. They're like, what happened since 2003? So apparently, there was Horus and his heresy. I already know that. But did you know one of the greatest battles? Do you know how Sanguinius died? We're almost there. We are close. We are close. Get rid of some of the paint, because I don't need that much. We need to go a little bit brighter. And then we'll take out the hair dryer and dry it a little bit more. My goodness, I can't believe I'm almost out of bright ivory. Worst part is I don't know if I got any more. I need to make an order with Monument Hobbies. But he didn't know about the loss of Katie. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, in 2003, I mean... Yeah, because that's definitely before the new books came out about the Armageddon and stuff. So you'd have like the Armageddon, then Chaos, then Necrons. Everything came out of Cadia's freaking time zone for some reason. Okay, let's go take out the big bad hair dryer here. You gotta say, in 2008 was like, he left even when there was still Warhammer Fantasy. So, you know, in 2008 was 6th edition. So he was in 5th edition in Warhammer Fantasy. So. Make a bunch of racket. Hey, what's up, Space Nifty? How you doing? Yeah, I was also working on the Tau Commander. Got somewhat far with him, but there's still quite a bit of stuff I can actually magnetize on him, especially his main arm weapons. So I'm going to be working on those here soon. Been trying to get that Elika the Undefeated finished. So we're working hot and heavy on her as well. So I've been kind of splitting my time up a little bit. Going to find out they changed up the Tau Commanders. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But yeah, so I was able, like, so we kept like a certain pose on him. And then like he has his arm, he has like the arm weapons that are on him, and I can magnetize those where we can change out all the weapons. So that's easy to do. And that's pretty much all he is. That's it. So we get that part, we're good. And then I just gotta work on the big Riptide, the bigger model. And then I gotta figure out, there's not much I have to do on him. So he either stays one direction or the other. I think there's only a couple change out on his main weapons. And then maybe stuff on that sits on their shoulders. That's the thing that gets changed out constantly, are the things that sit on the shoulders. The other Tau battle suit that I was having problems with the arms, I got those fixed. Weighing down the backs did not help. It didn't work. So the buckshot was a bad idea. Wasn't a bad idea. It was a good thought, but it just didn't do what it needed to do. It needed an actual socket hook that I molded onto the actual arms themselves. And so when they snap on, they actually like lock into place, so they actually hold up the arms for the double weapons if you wanted them. So I got that fixed. So we're getting close. We're getting close. And then I got the other Tau. I got the other Tau battle suit. And then that sucker is that one's primed, so that one's ready to go. So yeah, so it worked out pretty good. It just took me a little while to finagle things to get things to work properly. I thought that the buckshot holding the weight back would hold up those arms, but it still didn't do it. But yeah, so after I got the actual sockets, the internal sockets that go over top of the joints on the arms, then it held itself in place, and so now they're sturdy and standing upright. Just gotta do a little. I gotta do a little bit of sanding on those to make those nice and smooth, and then they'll be good. I'll be priming those. Probably priming that one on this weekend. If I can get the Commander done, I can get that one primed as well. Then I just gotta work on that Riptide and see what else. Just Tau got a lot of opportunities of magnetizing stuff. That's the big thing there. Like you can use whatever weapons or whatever kind on those Tau battle suits. However you want to put them together. You just change out everything, and everything is relatively easy to magnetize on Tau. Yeah, like two weapon things and some shoulder stuff, yes. This is my favorite Tyranid model. He's scary, dude. He's cool looking. They actually got a model that actually like poses correctly. Yeah, they definitely got a model that poses correctly. Looks good all the way through. Does look terrifying. I think his arm spans are a little too big, but like too wide. Been nicer if they're a little bit more enclosed. Just because he stretches so far outside his base. I mean, that's like a tremendous amount of stretching past his base. But he's good. It's a good size, like nice and tall. It looks good. All right, last coat here. We're making things nice and bright. We'll be toning everything down with a wash. And it's white. Definitely. It doesn't even look like the same color that's in my pot. Perfect. Now all the rest will get cleared up by the... It'll get cleared up when we do the wash on it. Sonic attack that stuns him to get close and Freddy Krueger do you? Yeah, he has that screamer spitter. He spits it if he actually hits an opponent, and then that opponent goes into battle shock. And then I can't remember what else that he does. He does that, and then I guess he's just nasty when he gets into melee combat with you. I think he can shred tanks and stuff. Is there 2 out of the 4 plates of basing stuff done? 2 out of the 4 plates. Plates of what? What are you working on? Still doing Imperial Knight stuff? Alright. So, perfect. Alright. Shut off the air compressor there because we did everything that we needed to do with air compressor, airbrushing. All right, you out of here, Paints. I appreciate you coming and hanging out. Thank you so much. I'll catch you next time. Thank you. All right. So we got our main colors. This thing's ready to roll. Now I just need to get my wet palette. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of crazy because it's gonna be like next month for the last little bit of the Combat Patrol magazine for the Space Bros and the TYRANIDS. I got the special box that comes with the Redemptor and the Tyranid Hive Tyrant, or it could be the Wing Tyrant. It gave you both kits, so you can do one or the other. And I always like the winged ones. I don't know. Winged ones always look more cool, way cooler to me than the regular Hive Tyrant. But the Hive Tyrant had like 4 arms. That would chop you up. You know, he had like 4 arms. 4 arms with blades, and then in the Hive Tyrant with the winged Hive Tyrant, then he has like some sort of shooting thing. Ooh. Haven't drinking enough tea today. I think that's what my problem is. I just been so tired. I don't know what the heck's coming over me. Actually, probably sounds like a good idea. I'll probably do that because I'm like gassing out real quick. I'm gonna make myself like a white tea or something. Or maybe just the sugar, it's fine. Oh my goodness. What? What? Just a splash of sugar, it'd be fine. No, please don't. Don't ruin the tea. Not a big fan of milk in my tea. It does, and I am dying from allergies. But I just been tired. I mean, I've been tired for just week on week. Like, I've been exhausted every day. I've been changing out things because, like, coffee has not been making me feel very well in the mornings. Like, it gives me the boost of caffeine or whatnot to start your morning, but then I just don't feel good. Like, my internals don't feel good when I drink coffee. So I've been laying off coffee, and then I've been drinking like black teas in the morning. But then still, black tea is like half the caffeinated drink as a coffee. So I've been drinking like black teas and Earl Greys. Normally I have like a black tea and then an Earl Grey, and then I'll go to work. But today I wasn't able to do that. I was only able to have like an Earl Grey. And it's been awesome because the aromatic teas and stuff like that has been calming me a little bit because my anxiety's been just through the roof too. And then at like lunch I have like a green tea, and then a little early evening I'll have like a white tea. It doesn't have that much caffeine, and then I'm able to like, you know, go to bed. Otherwise, if I have something too caffeinated, I can't sleep. It's harder on your stomach, man. The coffees have been just going like, oh, like coffee's almost been like going through me. So far the tea hasn't been too terribly bad, but I just been kind of gassed out real early, and I just been getting really, really, really tired. And also it's been getting really hot too, and I could be just dealing with hot exhaustion as well. Yeah, but I always put like oat milk and stuff in the coffee. Yeah, like I'll put like oat milk. I could put oat milk and almond milk, but nothing dairy wise. Like regular milk always was great in the coffee, but that makes me even more sick. And then it wasn't really like it upsets my stomach or anything as sorts. I just don't feel well after drinking coffee. Like it just, well, and then the other problem with drinking coffee is that I always feel like I have to pee all the time. And my bladder's not even full. So it's just that urge of having to, like, oh, I'm going to pee my pants. But then like literally having nothing really come out. There's a couple squirt, I sprinkle, tinkle a little bit, and that's it. And then, but my bladder's like, oh, you're gonna pee your pants, and I'm like, oh my god, this is terrible. And I have to do that like 4 or 5 times every morning until the coffee like passes through me, and then I'm okay. But that's miserable. I hate that. It's like that every morning. I always feel like I'm gonna die every time I get in my vehicle. Driving around all day, and horrible people that drive. I hate driving. I hate driving. It's hard for me to get started in the morning. It's hard for me to leave the house. I always have a tough time doing that, because I just want to stay home. Like I just want to stay home for a bit. Like most of my life, I've been on big rig trucks. I've been on moving trucks, delivering trucks, and then now I'm in a personal truck going and doing jobs. It's just nonstop, just always being away from home. I just kind of want to stay home for a bit. But then, so my anxiety's always been kind of really high. Always having something to do all the time. Where's my dark purple? Yeah, it's so weird too, because when I was younger, my anxiety was nowhere close to this. Like I had anxiety when I was younger, but I'm like, it just feels like it's like tenfold now. I feel like if I was getting older that my anxiety would subside a little bit, but it just keeps getting worse. So it kind of sucks in certain ways. Guess I can zoom it in a little bit more now since I'm not airbrushing. Hold on, what do you think of the new heroes? I don't know. I don't think I've seen what we're talking about here. What new heroes? I need a link for it now. Did you already send me one? You said about new heroes. Now I'm curious. I don't know what new heroes we're talking about. Oh, it's on Warcom? Oh, on Warcom? I don't think I've seen it. What is this? They're like, here's a box of intercessors. Oh, I take it back. It's box of intercessors and one reaver, one infiltrator, and then all the rest are intercessors. Oh, I take it back. They even got an Infernus dude in the back. So I took a dude out of each one of the regular boxes and then put them in a box and said that they're Space Marine heroes. That's funny. I didn't even know that they had these. Right. I didn't even know they had this. I didn't even pay attention. Another elite team of Space Marines through the battlefield. And then like, who is this? Well, looks like another assault intercessor. Well, it's like they just took one person from everything. So it's like, there's the one dude from the Infernus squad, one from the infiltrators, one from the reavers, intercessors, assault intercessor, I guess sergeant, And then this one here, you're like, well, what is this one gonna be? It's like, you already took one out of every one of the intercessor groups. I don't think we're missing one. With a blade being up here and then a gun being here. Almost maybe another infiltrator or a reaver. Like, I don't know why they wanted to showcase these. This guy looks like he's scared of his gun. They come in green plastic. They come in green plastic, huh? Huh. Super interesting. I didn't even know. I had even no idea that they had. So funny. Moving forward. Hold on, what's up? I got distracted by the videos inside my eyelids. Yeah, I find that kind of I think it did say that, didn't it? It's like you could buy a case of 8, but you might not get all 7. Eight blind boxes, and there's no guarantee you will get all 7 miniatures if you buy a full dispenser of 8 boxes. I mean, what a creepy way of doing things. I mean, like, that's such an a-hole move. Like, it's just, that's GW at its finest. Nothing surprises me. Like, they're doing miniatures like it's a card game. Yeah, it's like a major card game. Like, oh, if you buy the box of 8, doesn't guarantee you're gonna get all 7 of them. You have to buy boxes and boxes and boxes of them, like they're trading cards. Now I can see why the CFO left. I can definitely see why the CFO. She's like, I can't handle you guys. You guys are unbelievable. I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna go to like a real business that does real stuff. Not all this gotcha, childish freaking nonsense. Like, these are like people that like support your company, and then you're gonna play this stupid game with them. Like, I would probably leave too out of the bits. It's probably why everybody else left out of the place too. Oh, GW is a great place to work for, but I left. Like, well, it can't be that great if you left. It's like we were not allowed to talk bad about them. I'm glad I don't work for them. Because I wouldn't be doing this top secret like I'm a 00 agent or something like that. Like, I don't see you giving me a BMW that has friggin' rockets and machine guns in the headlights. No, no, no. You just want me to work for pennies, keep my mouth shut from NDAs, not say anything, and then pull this gotcha crap like those miniatures are trading card game. Yeah, like, if you're gonna give me the company heroes, I want to buy a block of 8 and have that 7th miniature. And now you're telling me now I'm not gonna get it? This is like, oh, you guys suck. You know that? It's like, it's too bad that I love the game too much. That is a big fall on the Space Marine heroes. Oh yeah, fajita sound good. Nope. It's just like a collector thing. And then they screw it up for the collector people. Now they're just like, oh, you're gonna have to have boxes and boxes. And then you don't want to break open the boxes to see if you got it or not. You want to keep them in the box. So it's kind of like one of those, you know, it's like a crappy outcome because of them being so dumb about it. But nothing that's unusual. And the only way they're getting away with the things that they're doing is because they have it as a private PO. Because if they had it to the public, like, it would have to change drastically if they had to do public shares. Because you can't keep pulling all this stupid crap all the time. It's the only reason why they're able to pull all this stupid crap. Same thing with them, like, not fixing their website of making sure that you're human or not. Like, that's easy. Like, everybody, almost every website has a CAPTCHA. Almost every website has a CAPTCHA, but GW. Like, everybody has a CAPTCHA. Like, click all the bicycles, click all the roads, all the lights, all the this, is to make sure that you're human. Is on everything but Warhammer. They could care less if friggin' 500 bots bought all 500 of their boxes. They could care less. And then they go over on eBay and then they sell them for, you know, double the value. What's up, TJ? How you doing? Yeah, that's when they had like good CFO and all the other people that haven't left have good stuff. And now everybody's left GW. Now they're just doing whatever they want. Before you ever does a random chance box mini, I'm gonna quit. Yeah, well, that's what they just did, Rethius. They just did it. They just did it. They just announced it. They just announced it on the Heroes box. Yeah, I'm like, they just did it. Now they're just like, oh, you gotta buy a whole bunch of company heroes. No. One box of company heroes, whether I get it or not, that's just how it goes. Yeah, it's stupid. It's just dumb. Just GW doing stupid stuff all the time. The quantum collectibles. Until you open the boxes, you both have and don't have all 7. Exactly. So you don't want to open the boxes to see if you have it because you want to keep them all sealed in the box. But then you don't know if you have them or not. And it's so dumb. Like, it's just the dumbest thing in the world. That's dumb. Limited boxes are dumb. And then them more worried about people for their Warhammer TV nonsense than bots buying all their stuff off the site. The best thing they came up with was a queue, but bots can sit in queues for, you know, since last year they could be in queues and they can have all the time in the world to sit there and wait, and that was their fix. And then they stopped doing that because nobody was getting anything, and then still won't get a CAPTCHA. The only reason they won't do a CAPTCHA is because they have to pay for it, and they're all about doing it themselves. We are gonna do it ourselves. We ain't gonna have a third party help us figure out our website. Blah, 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 blah. We're gonna have to think about it after 15 cups of tea and then decide if we're gonna actually have a CAPTCHA or we're gonna do it just ourselves. Then we find out we're just gonna do it ourselves and give everybody a queue, and everybody still don't get their stuff. But at least it shows that we actually tried, and then we're not gonna do it anymore. After another 15 cups of tea. And then we're not going to do it at all anymore and just let the bots buy it, because in totality is, why does it matter? We sold everything. Like, that's just like the general idea of it. Latubby, what's up? How's it going? You like the Screamer Killer? Nice. It's a cool model, man. I really do like it. Yeah, well, they're going to get my dime. I'll get one, but you're never going to know if I got it or not, you know? Yeah. Those are their great ideas. The spectacular ideas. Paint mine more classic style. All right. Yeah, so this one here is the Leviathan Hivefleet. I already did one. It's on my eBay store. And then that one's the Behemoth Hivefleet. And then we got one more for the Typhon Hivefleet color scheme. And then I think I might just be taking a break from Tyranids for a bit. I've been painting a lot of Tyranids, so. And then that pretty much like reduces me down to like one combat patrol box of Tyranids, which I find that reasonable. So that's awesome. Yeah, this model's cool. I've been actually enjoying painting a lot of the Tyranids. Shoot, I enjoy painting the Tyranids a lot more than orcs, that's for sure. Yeah, and then Tau time. Yeah, we're gonna do Tau time. I think I might do Tau time after this Leviathan stuff. So I only got like 3 units. So I just got the Screamer Killer that we're working on now. Got the Nero Gaunts, and then I got the Biovore. The Biovore will happen after the Screamer. Get the Biovore done, and then I'll start working on the, because that's practically almost 2 things. And then I got 4 battle suits of Tau. Should be able to get that going, and then we'll just start rocking out all those 4 battle suits. And then get back in it and start working on a whole nother combat patrol of the Typhon color scheme. And then we're good to go. We're doing lots and lots of models. If your random chance goes against it. Yeah, I think those company heroes are only there for kill teams. So they're just specific for kill team. Not really anything for any armies or anything else. Company heroes are just specific kill teams. That is about it. And a nice little box with Japanese writing all over it. Well, yeah. It's one of those things is GW being aggravating over. And you know what, like, the worst part is like the majority of people like disagree with it. Like the majority of fans would be like, are you serious? Like, why in the heck are you having company heroes and you can't have all 7 of them? And one box, if you buy a box of 8, you're not gonna get the 7th hero. Like, why would you do that? Like, everybody will say like how terrible it is, and then GW will be like, oh, we're doing it anyways. This is like, it is like the care involved in it. It doesn't seem like it's there like it was. Like, I can't remember, was it Uriel Ventress that was released for like Uriel Ventress, and then the face that they had, like everybody hated it so much, so GW like redesigned the face. And you're like, you can either have the old one or the new one. Like they actually like put some effort in like caring, but that was like 5 years ago when they did that. And since then they're just like, nah, they ain't gonna lose any sleep over it. Just go ahead. They're like, 99% of your fans say that like that's total garbage. And they're just like, who cares? They're still gonna buy it. Like, that's the whole idea. We'll throw you a bunch of garbage and you guys are still buying it. You're going to bed before I fall asleep again? Absolutely. We're going to the 11 a.m. showing of the new Jurassic World movie. Awesome. Absolutely, Turgene. Congratulations to you. I'll make sure to get the boxes all packaged up and I'll get them shipped out tomorrow so you get your miniature. But congratulations on that. You get some sleep. And I'll catch you on Friday. Well, I just don't want them to break my package. Like, that's all I care about. Like, I just want it completely sealed. And I don't even care, because I don't even know if I have the models in there or not. I'll get it because down the road, who knows? Might be as random as like a Lord of the Rings nonsense. Absolutely, Turgin. You have a good one. Lurking because Corn wants it. Lurking because Corn wants it. And then like all these people that worked for GW for all these years, they all leave. I'm just like, oh, we're pursuing other things. I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Or that GW is just like, we don't care. We ain't paying you anymore. That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like. They feel like they're just kind of shatting all over the process, and then they're just like, we don't care. And since I think they got a little too big for their britches, and then that's why it started this whole I don't care, is during the whole COVID thing, and they blew up really big. And I think that's when they started doing the I don't really care what you think, it's still gonna sell. But Angel Knights, no, I'm keeping them. I'm keeping them. But if somebody wants to buy them, they can. But I'm trying to keep them. Like, that's the only playable army I have is the Knights. And since the new FAQ for them, I have to add 2 more Knights to my dealio. So I gotta add 2 more Armigers. So I got this one with I need 2 heavy stubbers. So I bring up 5 of these heavy stubbers, 3 of the Hallgrims, and then the sniper dude with the Castellan, and then the other one's gonna be the Canis Rex. Tanks and Death Company, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Like, I'm excited about Blood Angels. I can't wait to actually like do another Blood Angel army and make it a little bit of a mixed match. Have some that are for the Blood Angels and then the others for Death Company. Kind of have that all piled in. I was thinking, like, you know, all the Sanguinary Guard being all gold, and then the Ball Predators being all red, and then all my characters or whatnot being red, like Mephiston and stuff. And then the stuff that's not Blood Angel related, so it'll be kind of like the Assault Intercessors with jump packs will be Death Company, Captain. All the Chaplains will be all black too. I think it'd be really neat to have that because I got like 2 Ball Predators that I can use. One needs to be built. I think the other one is built. The worst part is the Librarian. Like the Blood Angel Librarian Dreadnought is the one that kind of bums me out, but I have to make that Librarian Dreadnought into Death Company Dreadnought, and I think that'd be nice. I actually wish I could have like maybe another one of those would probably be really nice. Yeah, they get like some good buffs, but then you got to make sure you always have a chaplain around them, or they just like they lose their objective secure without a chaplain. So they have a chaplain, their objective secure. If there's not a chaplain in their aura bubble, like a chaplain has to be around them, and then they don't get any objective secure. Like their stuff goes down to 0. Doesn't mean like they really battle shock, or maybe they are battle shocked. Who knows? Without a chaplain, I can't remember. Well, the Furioso Dread is technically the same thing as the Death Company Dread. All you have to do is paint them black instead of red. Oh, she left me the spoon. Cheers. Drinking some tea on a Tuesday. Pretty good. Something about white tea really tastes really good in the evening. More so than any other time of the day. So here, I think maybe this needs to be all purple. On a Tuesday. Let me check my schedule. Very nice. Very nice. The ball predators are awesome. I like them. Like, it took me a while to get like a second tank because I gave a tank away on the MHCP deal a couple years ago. And then I only had one tank, and I'm like, I think it'd be cool to have a second one. So I got a second ball predator. And that was with like eBay auctions trying to pull this thing out. It doesn't have a box. It was just all sprues, has no instructions. It was crazy, man. It's like a dog-eat-dog world out there when it comes to getting certain kind of miniatures off of eBay. Yeah, but the good things in life, I gotta sit there and start working out at getting competition painting pieces. I don't want to be in a rush trying to get them done like we did last time. I think it'd be just nice to have like a bunch of them done and then go take them down to a competition. But I think we'll start working on progressively getting better at competitive painting. Once I can get some of these armies out of my hands would be nice. A little less debt would be nice as well. I was mad. Yeah, either bring a chaplain or have some primaries. Go for objectives. Or say, fucking go for killing everything. Yeah, that's true. That you love the ball predator. Yeah, the ball predator is a really neat model. I mean, honestly, nothing much different than a regular predator, but you know, just has those ball flamers on it, or the auto cannon. Oh, okay. Never asked about my backstory, but how did you get into this whole thing? Clearly, like a really great painter. You've been at this for a long time. How did you get here, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. COVID time got you into 40K books, which led to the hobby. Ball is only like 125 points, not 135. So cheap, it's great. Yes, that's another great thing too. How I got into this hobby. Started out 20 something years ago. I was probably 10. I want to say about 10 to 12 years old. Started really with my father. My father wasn't into this kind of stuff. My father was into RC airplanes. And here locally in my like where I lived 20 years ago, they didn't have like Warhammer stores here. Like those things don't happen. You have hobby stores. And so we had like a single hobby store here. And used to go and hang out with my dad, going over to the hobby store, picking up like props for airplanes or a kit or monocoat or whatever. And the hobby store here had like trains, planes, like they had the RC planes, they had like the model kit planes, they had like the cars, they had the trains. And then they got another person that came on board and they had the tabletop games. And then that's when I was walking in the store, I got caught onto the whole GW tabletop game playing stuff. And so that's what started it that long ago. I have my feelings towards everything, but so when I was a kid, it was a big talk up at the hobby store, like, oh yeah, get into this. You know, you build the miniatures, you paint the miniatures, and then you can play with the miniatures. And I was like, that is great. And I was like 10. I think my dad bought me my first box. I remember my first box. It was Chaos Space Marines. I think it was kind of like a Battle Force box, I want to say, back in that time. And then you needed a codex and a rule book and a whole bunch of trash that they wanted to try to sell. My dad's like, nah, we have tape measures. We don't need these red sticks of nonsense. And then I got home and I was putting them all together, and I got them all together and then primed them. Actually, at the time, I don't even think I primed them. I take that back. I didn't have a can. I didn't have a single can of prime. That didn't happen until I didn't start priming models until I was 16. I never primed them when I was a kid. I just literally painted over the plastic. And I have models from over 20 years ago. Like, there you go. There you go. There's Karen the Betrayer. That's the Gobbo Green. I painted this thing freaking 20 years ago. This thing doesn't have a lick of primer on this thing. I know for sure I never put primer. I've literally painted on pewter models. Did you make the pasta with... I don't understand. So what do you want from me? Pasta with what? Do you have regular sauce? And I'll just take the regular sauce. Yeah, I'm like, and this is over 20 years ago. Like, I think like my primer was like what you guys would call Abaddon Black. I think it was just Citadel Black. I don't know if it had like a crazy name or anything. But I think I just painted it with black over top of the pewter and then just painted it. Or I could have painted it with white. I couldn't remember. But I know I did not have a prime can in my hands. But yeah, that's Karen the Betrayer. That's over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. Now I got things that are relatively close. This is Abaddon the Despoiler. I have his arm. His arm fell off somewhere in there. I know I don't have a single spray of prime on this pewter model. I know for sure because I know I never rattle canned anything at 10 years old or 12 years old. And I never had my dad. My dad wouldn't do anything for me. So like of those kind of things, he would never help me for stuff like that. He goes, you got paint, you got your models. I ain't doing stuff for you. You know, that kind of crap. like all good boomer, like all good boomer fathers do. And then like this thing's over 20 years old too. I know I didn't put a lick of prime on any of these things. Yeah, so I've been at this, and this is a fan. Well, the weird thing was that this dude had a plasma, and you know what's super funny? This is just literally a Slaves to Darkness warrior. You can get them in Age of Sigmar, or you can get them in Pewter, Age of Sigmar, or Pewter, or not Age of Sigmar, but Warhammer Fantasy at that time. So you can get them at Warhammer Fantasy, or you can have them as 40k. And I think the only difference is that they had like a different backpack and then a different handle for their guns, and then what they were stepping on. So, no, I take that back. So this one here is specifically for 40k. And then there was another one, and these are pewters. And then there's another one for Age of Sigmar. Looks exactly the same, but he's stepping on something that's Warhammer Fantasy head instead of the 40k. Because that's actually part of his little base dealio. So fun and interesting things. Fun and interesting things for how many years have gone by. So anyways, I was in the hobby until about, let's see here, I think I was about 14. Then I did, and then when I was in there like 10, 12, my dad would hang out at the hobby store for like very long time. So we'd sit there like for 4 hours. You know, no different than when I bring my son. I'll hang out there for like hours, and my son would be like, "Dad, we gotta go." But you know, when I was a kid, you say anything like that to your dad, you know, you go, "You can walk home," you know, like get out of here. Anyways, when I was a kid, I was hanging out with a couple of the employees that were working at the hobby store that were painting these miniatures, and I would sit down and watch them and start painting along with them because that's all I could do at the time. So I would sit there and paint and hang out, and then it came down the line that once I got my models somewhat painted and I brought them in when I was about 14, we had like local painting competitions, and I was winning the young blood sections all the way until I turned, I did like 14, I did 16, and then 18 was my last one that I did. And I lost my 18 when I was, oh no, I did 14 and I did 16. No, I did 14, 15, and 16. I skipped 17. And then 18, I was trying out with all the rest of the adults. And I was losing. But all those paint sessions from when I was 14 to 18, I was sitting with, wasn't a Golden Demon winner at the time, but then it became a Golden Demon later in the early aughts of the 2000, and then he was a Golden Demon winner, won 2 Golden Demons. And I literally sat and painted with him for 4 years, painting miniatures. So that's where pretty much my paint game comes from. Nowadays, everything has changed now from airbrushing and all these other stuff and all these techniques and stuff that you acquire, and then trying to focus your skills and honing into different kind of techniques and styles and ways. And it's a little different now than back then, but it was kind of interesting that I was literally sitting with somebody for 4 years painting miniatures. Could never play with anybody because none of the adults wanted to play with kids. So you're always kicked out all the time. Like, no, I don't want to play with you. I could never get anybody to play with me. So I literally just painted models the whole entire time. Had some demo games. And then when the demo games came, I was able to actually have some kids that were relatively in my age group. And we played a few games, like games. And that's sporadic from like 3rd all the way through 6. Came back when I was a little bit older in my late teens and was able to play like 7th edition and my 20s and whatnot. and played 7th edition for a bit, and then played Warhammer Fantasy 6th edition. Played a little bit of that for a bit. And something made me super mad with something. I can't remember, so I just stopped altogether for a long period of time. And then didn't come back into it until these last, like, 8 years. Like, the last 8 years I came back, and then now fully dedicated myself for the last 5 years into Twitch streaming, doing the YouTube stuff. Now the YouTube stuff is kind of relatively new. I've had a YouTube channel, but didn't really do anything with it until this previous year. So, but yeah, that's pretty much mostly in my background. Star Wars Extended Universe novels. It was that, and I was a huge collector of cards. I was a big card collector. I collected cards. I collected Magic the Gathering since I was 6. Maybe 8. It could be possibly 8 that I was collecting Magic the Gathering cards. I was collecting Magic the Gathering cards, and I was collecting the Marvel Flair series. I was collecting just massive amounts of baseball and football cards, and I wasn't even really into sports, but I just loved collecting cards. I was really big into those things. And then comic books. I was really big in collecting comic books, but the worst part was just my genre era. Actually my generational era. When I was growing up collecting comic books, because everything from the 90s just sucked. Like, they were just terrible books. Terrible storylines. A lot of great artists coming out of the deal. But then, you know, like, I remember back in the day where Jim Lee, you know, he was making the X-Men comics. I thought they were so great. And then Marvel made like 10 million of the #1 and 10 million of all the variants. And literally made everything worthless because there's like 10 million copies of the books. Terrible. Like, just everything was just unbelievable. And then I remember, like, when Jim Lee was like just starting with DC, making Batman. Maybe it was in Detective Comics, I can't remember. It's one of the two. That guy could never get a comic book on time for the life of him. Like, I remember just sitting there and like, oh, Detective Comics or Batman, I can't remember which one he was drawing for. Always delayed, always late, couldn't get them done. And he did that when you're 12 years old. Yeah, like, it was 12. Starting at 12, it was like 12, 13, 14, 15, and I don't think I have any of my I do have one 16 piece. Because one won the Keeper of Secrets. The Keeper of Secrets won me first place in Youngbloods. So that Keeper of Secrets that I had, that one there, I think I painted that one 14 or 15. And then I won another one with the Kane model. And now the Kane model was 16. So I won this one. I think I was like 14 or 15 when I did this one with the Keeper of Secrets. And then I won first place gold. I won a first place ribbon with this when I was like 14 or 15 at my local store. But yeah, because everybody else that was painting were like 6 years old. I mean, it was kind of like an easy win or whatever. But then when it was like, when I was 16, I had a whole bunch of other like 16 and 17-year-olds that were in it. And that's when I did the Avatar Kane. And I have that one somewhere. I don't know where I did with it, but I do have him. He is, I don't know if he's in here. Oh yeah, he is. So the Avatar Kane, I painted that thing when I was like 16, and that's when I won first place. And that was the only one that was like a good challenge. just because I was actually competing with others in my age group. So that was like this one was the Avatars of Cain. This is the one that I actually won like a gold in like when I was 16. 15, 16, I can't remember. I know I got a ribbon in every one, but I just can't remember. But that's like literally just sitting and painting with people that eventually turned into Golden Demon winners. But I know I won the first place, a ribbon at my local store, and that was when I was like 15, 16 or something. And I was always told to go to one of those Golden Demons when I was a kid because I would be able to be in part of the Young Bloods, but it's so hard to talk to, like, you know, my parents of like certain things like this, like trying to explain to them, and they just don't get it and they don't understand, and then they're just like, so we're gonna have to waste a bunch of money taking you over there for what? And it's just like you get a. They couldn't grasp the whole concept of it at all. My parents just never got it. It was the same thing when I wanted to go and play like competitive video gaming, because I gamed all the time, and I would love to go and do the Nintendo competitions, but they were all over in the Midwest, and I was always begging my parents like, come on, let's do this trip and let's do this thing, and they were just like, and for what? And what do you get out of it? And they're just like, and you actually get money? That's so silly. That's just a fraud. That's not real. That's fraudulent. That, you know, you're getting scammed. You're getting scammed. It's always something. It was just like, no, like literally I could play video games and make money off of it. Yeah, the Keeper of Secrets and the Avatar Cain. Those are the only two, and I can't remember what my third entry was, but I think that was when I was 17, and I was putting one in there, and there was some other models in there, and then the worst thing is that I just don't think that they painted them. And a lot of things were like, oh, I know this guy and the kid and whatever. And normally it was somebody that was part of the painting gig. Like my dad was never part of any of this stuff. It was just me going into the painting competitions locally. And then all of a sudden, like the paint jobs went from like what I was painting to like they were really nicely painted. And then like the kids, when they won them, they were kind of like, you know, like a half-ass smile. Like they weren't even excited about it. It almost made me feel like the parents painted them. Like the dad painted it and be like, oh, you're going to beat him this year. Like, that's what it felt like. Because the kid just didn't have that really good look on his face, like super excited, like, yeah, you know, I was like sitting there screaming like, I did it, you know, like, I'm coming for you, you old people. And then when the kids won, when I was, maybe that was 14, 15, and then I lost 16 and 17. And it was something like that. And I think I won 13. So I won 13, 14, and 15 when I was 13, 14, 15 years old. And then 16 and 17, all of a sudden the paint jobs were just astronomical for young bloods. But the kids were always there like, you know, it was just like, you know, like they didn't even care that they won it. And it was just like, and I was sitting there, I was like, did you even paint that? You know, because I was like excited when they called my name. I was like, yeah, you know, it's coming up there. I was just like smashing shit. You know, I was just like, I love it. You know, like I'm excited, right? And then the kids that started winning when I was 16 and 17. I think that was the one time when 17 I started getting bitter. And then when I was 18, and then it was so hard to compete with everybody because there was already previous Golden Demon winners that lived here in Reno years past, and they were already like really good, and they come in the locals and just kind of kill us all out. A lot of stuff going on, so you're gonna lurk? Oh, absolutely. I appreciate it. A lot of parents paying for the kids. I think so. When it came to 16 and when I was 16 and 17 years old, those paint jobs looked like fully adult, professionally painted miniatures, and they were winning. And then mine was just like, it just looked like a ball of crap compared to these two. Like, it was like 3 of them because it was first, second, and third. Like, I didn't even place. And in first, second, and third, they were like really nice models. And then they're like that model that you just saw, like Avatar Kane or the Lord of Change at 16, you know, or 17. And then these models were like unbelievable. But it's just funny when they were all holding the ribbons, like not a single one of them were excited. Like, oh, my dad put me up to it, so I don't really care. Like, you know, they were just like crappy pictures. They weren't very excited about winning. Like, it seemed like the parents were more excited about them winning than, and then seeing me lost. And I was sitting there, I was like, there's no way they painted these things. Well, went out last Friday. You, Dragoon, you won Fafnir, the 30K model for Imperial Guard, Imperial Fist. So the Imperial Fist model for 30K, you won that. And then Turgeon won the Iron Hands. Yeah, Iron Hands Chapter Master. The one with a bunch of arms that came out of them. Yeah, it's pretty neat. So I got them up in the shipping area. I'll get them shipped out. I'll get them packaged and shipped up. Well, they're in boxes right now. I just got to get them packed, and then I'll get them shipped out by tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I do have a kind of a heavy schedule of work, so I'll make sure to get them out to you guys here pretty soon. Relatively soon. Fafnir Ron will be in your possession. All right, lurking because Corn wants it. So, a lot of good stuff. A lot of fun stuff, a lot of good memories. But definitely need to start honing in my skills a little bit more. Oh, yeah, because I'm not going to be around on Friday for the 4th of July. Yeah, because I got to take everybody to go see the fireworks and stuff, so I won't be streaming. What's up, Chaotic Painting? How are you doing? Yeah, that's a good call. I forgot that 4th of July is on Friday. I gotta figure out what the heck we're gonna do on that Friday. Because I probably have to go to our capital city. And then go to the big park over there and watch the fireworks. Oh boy, this dude just has so much little things everywhere on him. Ridiculous. Screamer killer. Screamer killer. Oh, I think I painted this in a little bit too much of the flesh there. That looks like a bunch of crab meat, but I never saw any right there. A little bit of tyrannid neck fat. Speaking of fat, I need to eat. Anybody want to throw anything over into the whips over on Discord, you're more than welcome to. We can go take a look and see what you guys got going on. I don't know, for some reason these things look extremely hot. Oh yeah, these things are chicken drumsticks, completely soaked in hot sauce. Time to die. What whip? I can't pay that fast. Oh, anything that you guys have been working on. sauce, hot sauce. Oh yeah. Super spicy. So hungry, almost ate the bone. And my music's done too. Making a mess out of myself. Ooh, spicy. Ooh. Hot, hot. Oh, is that? Oh, you got a ranked 2-day tournament this month? Nice. Still play Ultramarines, but you're gonna start working on getting the Blood Angels going. Well, that's gonna be fun. Oh my gosh. It was so hot. Oh my word. Oh yeah, and speaking of Death Guard, look what came strolling my way. Oh. I found more Death Guard. I primed them too. Pretty cool. I'm thinking that I'm probably gonna just paint them up and then just sell them off, but I might do some YouTube videos on how to paint Death Guard. Alright, this is how I paint Death Guard. And then get them all up and sell them. Well, I thought I was all done with the Death Guard. Like, I built a bunch, I painted a whole bunch. Put them on eBay, sold majority of them. And then I was reorganizing my chaos, the big tub of chaos space marine stuff. Came across all those death guard. I was like, what am I doing with all these death guard? I thought I finished them all. So I'll probably another one to make some videos on or something. They either came from a combat patrol or they came from those battle force boxes. I'm not sure which one they came from. But that one literally has like a bearer holder, so he holds the big sign. And then one's an actual like champion. Because he has a little Nurgle dude that sits in front of him. Which then also, I don't know if they still carry that model. Let's find out. A lot of times they don't carry some of these things. Man, the suckers are hot, man. I'm just like nuking. Nose is runny. Nope, he's right there. The Plague Marine champion. Yeah, so I have him, a set of these guys, and then a Plague Marine icon bearer. So I got this dude, and then this dude, and then a set of Plague Marines. They're not bad. Maybe I'll sell them as such, but like everything's out. Like everything's out of stock here. Demon Prince and Codex, Lord Filthius. Like all these things, I sold them all. There, Poxwalkers. Nice fucking model. Oh, that's trippy. How did it pop up twice? Hey. Red Smurf coming in for that sub. I appreciate that. 45 months. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. How you been? Just lucky because I came across more Death Guard in all my piles of crap. So with all the piles of crap, I came out with more Death Guard. Looking through it, I was taking... Well, that's not what I wanted. I was taking, reorganizing my bin of Chaos Space Marine stuff. Got all my 1,000 Suns all in one area. And then the regular Chaos Space Marine stuff, all the Demon Engines in one area. And then I was like, what the heck are these? And then like my World Eaters are in there too. And then I was like, what the heck? I was like, oh my gosh, I got more Death Guard. I'm like, Death Guard, are you kidding me? Oh, you're doing good? That's good to hear. Me and some spaghetti. Shelled noodles. That are kind of cold. But anything's better than the nuking hot chicken legs I was just eating. Oh, my nose. Allergies are killing me. Everything's killing me. Had a cup of white tea like a scoundrel. Like a I don't know. Like a pompous, posh, non-English person drinking tea. I know, isn't it? All that jade. Oh, that jade. It would be fun. It would be cool to do a Kathy army, but I need to restrict myself. I'll be okay. It does. I think that 30K will be just fine. Me spraying all the jade of the Sons of Horus. I think that'll help out. Oh, I have tons of the Chaos Warriors. I mean, just loads and loads of world. I mean, showing proof. Showing proof. So here's some of these. Got a little bit of Sonic love here. Gotta love some Sonic the Hedgehog. Gotta love it. Where's the other thing? Alright. It's in the red box of doom. Hopefully you're ready for this. Hopefully you're ready. And then a lot of these models I had like, these guys are new. Well, these guys are all the ones that I couldn't get when I was a kid. I go do it. Apparently the amount of people entering escalation leagues and playing Kathy is like, well, it would make sense because they're the newest army in the last 40 years. So, it makes sense. Like, you're going to have newer update plastic. You're going to have newer update, like, everything's updated. You're not playing with 40-old pieces of, you know, models like we are. But whoa, whoa. Looking at this stuff just gets me excited because you see all the plastic and the pewter and they're all like stuck onto each other one way or another. But dude, this thing is massive. I go looking forward to Keslev. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The War Bears, yeah. Yeah, and they're nice. Well, those are like completely updated models, so those are like nice. They're gonna be with fresh new plastic. None of this old crap. Here, I'm gonna show you guys some old crap. Oh yeah, you hear that? It's a pile of death right here. Okay, there we go. So there's my hand. That's the front of the box. This is just huge. Massive. Okay. Alright. Okay. Oh yeah, you can just hear it. They're just crashing everywhere. Okay. Now, let's start explaining. Look at this ancient piece of trash here that sits on a 60-man tray. Look at that. I mean, these days are ancient, dude. They're 40 years old, 30 years old. Like, they're old, man. Like, I got these when I was a boy. Putting these things together, old. 60 man trays. Like, these are ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 40 man trays. My bad. 40 man trays. Close enough. All right. Let's get some ancient stuff. Look at that. I don't even know what it even is. Chaos of Nurgle. Look at that beauty right there. Does it have a date? Has a printed mark on here of 1989. Now, I did not collect this back when I was 1989. These were in blister packs in an old store with old models and old stuff. So they just had a bunch of old crap. Like, clean my room. Yeah. I'm trying. Little bits at a time. 1989. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Part plastic, part pewter. Backlog there? Yeah, I got a little bit of backlog. I got a lot of backlog. This is just old world, or what you considered old world. Then you got this full pewter sorcerer that sits on a plastic model, and they're top heavy, so they love freaking crashing over. But that's the sorcerer on Steed. It's pretty old. Oh, yeah. So you saw the model that I painted back when. Here's the other one. So you can buy them this way for Age of Sigmar, or you buy them the other way for 40K. So this was one that I painted, probably same age group as the other one. 12, 13, 14 age. This is what I painted. I ain't lying either when I'm saying about the age. Look at this one. Classic. This is the Corn one. This is the Chaos of Corn. Not sure if he's a champion or whatever the heck he is. He has a 1998. Oh, is it 90? Could be 1988 or 98. I don't know. I wouldn't imagine that it'd be a 98. Yeah, that's the Nurgle one. Looks all nasty. He's all slumped in box, and then this is the Corn one. He looks like an alien head on a predator body. That's what they look like. All right, you still ready? You ready for some more? Want some more? There's a Chaos Warrior champion right there. Don't know where his sword is. I'm hoping that we can find his sword. Here's a good one. This is a Chaos Champion right here. Working it out. Another one. There's another Chaos Champion. He looks just like this one. Had two of them. So what do we do? Gotta convert them a little bit because they're all exactly the same stuff. Alright, look at this nasty looking dude. Look at that. His head's all poking out. Looks like Alfred Hitchcock here. He's not sure. I think he's just an old sorcerer. Yes, I have too much glue and stuff stuck in here. I can't read his thing. But he's a pretty old sucker right there. Pretty old, I gotta say. Then here we go. Then we got. There we go. We got a problem. That's what this thing is. Got a Hell Cannon. Purely pewter. Ready to work. Ready to do stuff. Look at those. And it comes with the pewtered Chaos Dwarfs. Look at those bad boys. Freaking nice. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. Okay. So, in their era is when they brought back Old World, these were your Chaos Warriors. I didn't have any of these plastic arms on a lot of them, so I had to sit there and make my own, baby. Make my own right there. Not half bad, not half bad. And then these guys here, these were the upgrade sprues. So you would use the halberts. They come in a blister pack. You had like 10 of them in there or whatever. And then you would replace the arms of your plastic dudes with the halberts, because the halberts were badass. So this is the kind of era that they left Old World with. The Chaos Warriors was this one. So they kind of left it at like what, 6th edition? 6th edition. Dealio there. Okay, we're going back even further. These are what Chaos Warriors did look like. These are the ones that you can buy way back when I was a kid. This is what they look like. These ones were the updated ones. You know? That's what they were. And then these are the updated models. But that's how long ago I've been having these models, was way back then. Then we get even cooler. We get these ones with upgrade sprues. We get upgrade, well, not upgrade sprues. We get upgrade pewter. Yeah, we got a pewter arm, a new pewter head. This was like amazing back then, because they were like, this here is the detailed greatness, is the pewter bottles. Compared to the plastic, where it's like, it's okay. It's mediocre. But this stuff right here, you're just like, oh, these are amazing. I have to have them. Upgrade sprues on everything. These things they make your model look awesome. Right? So that was just a little blast from the past right there. Oh, here we go. So these are probably where you're starting with your Chaos Knights on the steeds. That's what they look like in Old World. These are what your guys your guys are gonna look like. But back in my time, you had, these are the right ones, right? Yeah. These were your Chaos Knights, baby. Look at that. Look at all that beautiful pewter upgrades. Those are pewter. Those are like the best stuff that you could possibly get, was this crafted pewter aluminum. And then that's how you would spruce up your dudes. Look at that. Looking solid. And a double slotted base. Looked great. Loved it. Then you can have them like that. And then you have them on the big shaft, big lances. Because lances were like the thing back then. And you cut out all the swords, get the upgrade sprues, put on the lances. You had like an extra reach or whatever it was. Freaking solid. Love it. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. I do. See, now I painted this bad boy, and he was in, for the World Eaters. This is the old Demon Prince that I painted a long time ago. He's magnetized, so you can change out all his arms and stuff. Gives you the big middle finger. That's the best one right there. The perfect middle finger. Right? Well, I painted this, we painted this when I finished my World Eater army, so that was 8 years ago. So this is when I started getting back into the hobby again and started painting. Dude's awesome. Love it. Got all the other arms and stuff we gotta do, but now that they got the new Demon Prince, no reason to have the old Demon Prince in there. We're throwing the old Demon Prince into the Slaves to Darkness, or the Chaos Warriors, with all this cool stuff. So here we go. Look at that. Gobbo green. Painted this. Now this is probably when I was about 16, 17 years old. You can see that they're a little bit cleaner. A little bit cleaner, starting to get my dimensions, kind of get my depth a little bit more, getting the flesh tones working all right, but a lot clean model. Like, it's just, it wasn't as messy as my other ones. So these are about like my 16, 17 year old, maybe even 18 year old. I would say 16 to 18, because I took a huge break after 18, and I didn't get back in until I was in my early 20s. Like 23, 24 or something like that is when I got back in, like just messing around with them a little bit, not really playing anymore. And then you got this bad boy. This is the Manticore. These are awesome. Got to have them in the Slaves to Darkness. You got to have the 16 billion little freaking green trays. They're your friends. But then you get, I think this is the Sorcerer on Manticore. I think it's a Sorcerer on Manticore. It might not be the Sorcerer on Manticore. It might be something else. But anyways, lots of cool stuff. Now this is just in the bin of stuff that I had forever. Like I said, I can't wait. Like, it's a nostalgia thing. I would love to get back into the game again. Oh my gosh. Ridiculous, guys. Get in there. No room. Then, you know, I got like the old dire wolves. Well, these are dire wolves probably back in early aughts, I want to say. So those were like old stuff. Then that was back when I had like allowances, and that's when I was blowing my cash. But now that I'm an irresponsible adult, you know, chaos spawn, dude. Like, all pewter chaos spawns, get out of here. Chaos sorcerer on a chaos steed. This is one of the Forge World ones. Warriors of Chaos, the Golroch. This is the big giant. This is the big dragon. That's the all metal dragon, baby. All metal dragon. Like all these things that I could never get when I was a kid, totally splurged on myself. And then these are cool too, because that's like the Chaos Demon with the Chaos Demon with the sword. And then there's one with an axe. And then these things used to be in blister packs. But yeah, that was like the old, yeah. There's the old Demon Princes. Freaking awesome. Awesome, awesome. Like I said, I could not wait. When they came up, I was like, oh yeah, we're getting the things that I could not get. All these things were all the made-to-orders. I know I had to get the made-to-orders because sometimes it takes a long time for them to do it again. So, especially when it comes to their pewter models, they'll take like forever to come out with more of them. Like, I know that they come back around because it's the same thing with like Lord of the Rings. Like, I like to have like the Fellowship and all those guys and stuff. And then this is even more irresponsibility from me. It's a whole box of old world stuff. Like I've always wanted the Dragon Warriors. Like I've always wanted Dragon Ogres. I've always wanted Dragon Ogres. Never got to have Dragon Ogres. Got the gigantic spawn of Chaos. Is awesome. That's from Forge World. Chaos Trolls. You can't go wrong with Chaos Trolls, man. You got Chaos Trolls, Chaos Ogres, Chaos Ogres command set, the Chaos Lord and a Demonic Mound. And then I got this one here. I don't think it's pewter though, but I got another Hell Cannon. So, like, my thing was like the original, like, OP. So now they made them in resin for the Hell Cannon. Not as cool. Not as cool. I wanted the full metal one, but it is what it has to be, I guess. I would have much preferred if it was all metal, but yeah, because that's the Chaos Ogre Shaggoth, and then the Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves are so freaking awesome. No, this is just me. This is where all my freaking deck comes from. Look at those Skin Wolves. You kidding me? Oh, I've been dying to have Skin Wolves when I was a kid. But again, they were pewter when I was a kid. And then these are all resin stuff. But, you know, pickers can't be choosers. Can't be choosers. No, when you only got like a very limited options of getting your stuff, right? So, a lot of cool stuff. Like I said, I can't wait to get through like the mass of 40K stuff. And a lot of people like watching all the 40K stuff. So I'm mostly like stuck doing 40K things. And it would be really nice to... Yeah, everything was great. Thank you. I think I'm good.
One more bite before you take it away.
Oh, hey, honey. Can you give me a thing of gum, please? Thank you. I forgot to grab one. Yeah. It was just being irresponsible. Make him clean his room. Dude, that's just the beginning, man. Like, clean my room. It'll be forever, dude. Look at all those boxes. Look at those things. Clean some things out. How far can I stretch this thing? Nope, that's about all I can get. Yeah, it's never ending. Then on top of it, got 8 bins sitting on top of a shelf. It's freaking ridiculous. And I'm trying to get as much stuff as I can because I'm like, yeah, granted, I could probably turn them around, sell them on eBay as plastic things, but I want to paint them though. Like, I didn't get them just to get them. I got them because I wanted to paint them. This is that. Buying them is a lot easier than painting them, that's for sure. It's a lot faster. So, pretty much all this is just debt. That's all it is. It is debt. And then I'm slowly building, slowly painting, making recordings, doing the Twitch, doing this, you know, the dual streaming with Twitch and YouTube, painting a bunch of miniatures, making recordings, making extra YouTube videos on how I paint things. Probably won't mean a lick of spit to anybody until I have to start doing competition paints, which I'm more confident in myself that I could probably score pretty high in that. I just need to start doing my reps, and most all my reps is just like you said, cleaning out my room. Like, that's what I'm doing right now. This is literally my 3rd combat patrol of Tyranids. Like, it's a problem. So we're fixing that problem. I want to paint them. I want to paint them in different color schemes. I love painting. Like, I love doing it. It is more time consuming, and plus having a job. Like, I would love for this to be my job, but I have a job to deal with. And so it just takes a little bit longer for me to get them done. But I am painting like every day. If I'm not painting, I'm building. If I'm not building, I'm painting. So, and I'm literally putting in like 4 to 5 hours every day painting stuff. So, we're getting there. Like, investment. I guess we could say an investment. I guess whatever excuse that we can come up with. It was the same thing when I had a problem with collecting cards. I stopped collecting cards right in the Mirrodin Dark Steel saga. I think it was the Mirrodin saga. I stopped. It took me a long time to stop. And then, unfortunately, my son wants to get back in Pokemon cards. Or get back into Pokemon cards, which that means getting me back into Pokemon cards. And it's been a struggle, like a crack addict struggle. Like I'm just like, oh no, we're gonna get myself in trouble again. And so I'm like trying to control myself, but then like Magic the Gathering's like, oh, here's the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering. I'm like, oh, my cord like broke. It was just like, ping, and I was like, oh, we're gonna have to get some of these. I'm like, oh, we're probably gonna have to get some of these things. The worst part about Magic the Gathering is when they went to foil. And then I like had a problem. That's why I left right at that time. Because I was collecting cards all the way up until they were like, oh, the new saga is gonna have foil. And I was like, forget it. There's just no way for me to. There's no way for me to actually like. It's just impossible to collect all those cards. Uh-oh. Yeah? No? Yeah. I think we're good. Thought I was in a wrong dealio here. But then now my son's like, let's get Pokemon cards, and then the Pokemon cards are like right by the Magic the Gathering cards, and it's just like eating me alive. I'm like, oh, I can't believe I'm like trying to walk away from this. I'm like, this is just horrible. Just striking that collecting cards, and I'm like, I don't want to collect cards anymore. But then maybe it's not a bad deal to grab some cards for myself here and there. Just keep them in the boxes. Like I almost feel like just buying them and just keep them in booster boxes and just hold on to them. Like I don't even care if I have to open them or not. Just hold on to them. Magnetize them? I don't know, because you only got like what, the ball flamer and then the auto cannon that's in them. Oh. Frankly, with me, I was just gonna go all ball flames, like all ball flames. I guess you could magnetize them for auto cannons, but I don't think anybody really uses them for auto cannons. Yeah, because I'm like, I don't know. It just kind of depends if you wanted to use them for one or the other. But the auto cannons just don't seem like they've been doing very good. Yeah, because I'm like, the flamer at least has like the -2 AP, 2 damage. And I think the auto cannons have like, I don't even think they have any AP. I think it's just 0 AP and 1 damage. I don't think they even have anything that's worth it. I don't think they have anything that's worth a spit of nothing. Well, I think I have to double check. Yeah, because the Flamestorm Cannon -2, 2 damage. Twin Assault Cannon, yeah, the Twin Assault Cannon, 24-inch, 6 attacks. 3+, strength 6, 0 AP, 1 damage. Like, you get assault, devastating wounds, and twin linked. But I think those are when you're only rolling 6s, right? So at 6s you can wear on Devastating. Or the Ball Flame Cannon, you get Assault, Ignores Cover, and Torrent. What we got here? We got Grabber coming in with that raid. I appreciate it. There we go. Splashing up and breaking my stream. I like it. What's going on? Thank you so much for that raid. I do appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you working on? What were you up to? What were you doing? Trying to get all the carapace going on this thing. Wasn't building anything tonight, but I'm gonna be putting in a lot of work on your B17 kit tomorrow. Nice. Very nice. It's nice. It's actually like really nice to get some World War II stuff going. Did a handful of them over a period of time, doing World War II busts. Started getting a little over the fact just because I don't like how they were really made. That made me want to kind of redesign and make my own, to be honest, for my busts. But yeah, I love building the airplanes though. Love doing that. I used to do that all the time. And then this thing kind of consumed my entire life now. But I did build a Huey though. But then my Huey broke. I don't have my Huey anymore. Well, I need a bigger brush for this. It's like literally like a little toothpick compared to the size of this model. My brush is relatively large, but I don't look like I'm getting the coverage that I'm after here. Now, let me get this guy on here. Playing nerd, so I'm enjoying it. Plus, I'm really new to the hobby, so I have very little basis for quality beyond Gundam building. Well, that's good. Like even shoot, some of those plastic kits for planes could be a big pain in the butt too. So yeah, so I think building up skills, and then shoot, man, there's some Gundams out there that are freaking ridiculous to build also. I guess just working on building your skills for building, and then putting paint jobs on those models are great, because I was like, I just finished the one model for my father for his birthday, but I was working on another one. So we're working on the World War II. This is a kamikaze pilot for the Japanese. I paint the bust for my dad's airplanes, like his little RC planes that he flies. So he flies a lot of World War II airplanes. And then, so this one's gonna be going into a Japanese Zero. And I'm just trying to finish up the busts on this, but you know, it has the rising suns on both sides, plus on the forehead. Then they have like these little coil wires that come out of here for their headphones, but it's just like, it's like pure wires. And so this will be going into his World War II RC airplane. Sometimes I get some handful of models from him to get done. I just finished the other one up that went into his P-40. And most of the time when you get into like the P-40 Warhawks, they normally flew in the North African theater. North African and over into the China area, going to like Japan or whatnot, going that direction. So in the North African theater, they have like the super bright khakis for the North African theater. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like I do enjoy the crap out of World War II stuff. I am a big fan of those. And I love painting all the busts for them. And I have a couple more busts, but I don't have any American ones. I have English commando bust, and then I got a French regiment World War I bust to do. And then I was like, I'm done with those. I want to kind of make my own. But yeah, lots of fun when you get into World War II. Then also too, nothing wrong with a little bit of Wolfenstein and stuff like that, with all these other crazy things that I enjoy so much of those too. I do enjoy them. I feel like I made a mistake here. Real adventure into full glue and paint models. I'm still figuring stuff out. That's awesome. That's great. That is great. Especially doing still those plane and car plastic kits. Like those are, I don't really ever look for them anymore, but maybe I should keep my eye out on some. It'd be kind of cool to put one together. Now, I don't know if you know, but I remember when I was younger, a lot younger, like not driving young. And then there were these plastic car kits that were like Impalas, and then they had the like the spring kits in them, and they were connected to a remote control, and you can low ride it and then you can bounce them. Like bam, 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 bam. But there were actually like little plastic cars, like little old Impalas and stuff like that. And there was somebody that made the bottoms for them where you can actually like raise them and lower them as little small miniatures. Oh, thank you. Doing a little shout out on the YouTube deal. YouTube making sure that a video drops every Sunday. That's not tied to what I'm doing here on the Twitch and YouTube dual streaming. So I always have another video always dropping on every Sunday until I can get comfortable enough to make some other stuff. But yeah. Let's see, you really want to get one of the big rig kits, to be honest? Like actually like an RC plane? Like one with all balsa wood? Just a box of sticks, is what I say. They're fun too. I've always enjoyed building them on like big plans. Like you have to have like a... Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Like an 18-wheeler? Yeah. Like semi-truck ones are cool. I like the old car Impalas and stuff like that they were able to bounce them. Like they were so cool. I loved it. Yeah, heck yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. Even any of the older cars too, like old Internationals. Like the older tow trucks and stuff when you're getting into like the 50s tow trucks. Like I always thought those things always looked really cool. Or like the 30s tow trucks, like the old like GMC, like 1930s tow truck. Like I always thought those things were like really awesome looking. Like the GMC or the like International. Like the thing was already like low to the ground as it is, and then like it would just tip down until it hit, and then you would just jack it up, but it had like walls. Like it wasn't like a flatbed tow truck, it had like walls. Like it had like siding of a bed, like a bedding of a bed of a truck. Like it had like sidewalls. It would like tip down, and then you like winch up the car, and then it would just like pick it up. But it was already like super low to the ground. Like there wasn't no like coming off and then distending down. Right. They're interesting. They're really cool. But like, yeah, big. I remember there being different kinds of big 18-wheelers and stuff like that that you could get. I was thinking too. There was a company I remember, and they were like big. It was like a big box of stuff, you know. Yeah, like the like the old like I want to say they're like 30s or 40 like tow trucks. And you can get those plastic kits too, and then they actually had a lever on there so you can actually like dump them down and stuff. They're cool. Like I thought all those old kits were always really neat. Trying to find them nowadays because they used to be really popular in the 90s and stuff. And there was a lot of things that were popular in the 90s and then they just died out on us, but I know they have some kits, but it doesn't feel like they have the same amount of kits. It's like everything else, everything just kind of fades to a thing of a past. And then comes down, becoming very popular, you know, another 20 years or 30 years down the road, they start becoming a thing. Like, I still kind of find it kind of weird. Like, oh, for sure the kid I bought was cast in 75 and they're still going. That's awesome, but they're constantly constantly new B17 kits regularly. I kind of want to go for a crazy diorama with B17s and the BF109s. Nice. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I've seen somebody that has like a really cool, like, I think I saw it on Instagram or something. And then he has like his little game room or whatever, and then it shows like the skies of Normandy or whatever it is, and he has like all the big planes. Some of them are like smoking, you know, you make like the smoke dioramas coming off of them, but they're all hanging from the ceiling. And then, you know, like what you're talking about, like the BF 109s or the ME 109s, depending on what year you're talking about in World War II. And then, you know, the German aircrafts all flying around. It's pretty neat. Like, yeah, I think it's, I thought that thing looked really cool. I'm like, that was a great idea to do those. At least that, if you have the room for something like that, you know. You know, another weird one that's like a really like small little niche now. It used to be really big. And those are the train people. The crazy trains. Crazy trains. There's a person that I'm aware of in a certain area, looking to kind of replicate a specific scenario that happened in World War II between the bombers and the Messerschmitts in '43. Okay. The Messerschmitts. A higher call? No, I have not. But now you're intriguing me. I love World War II stuff, so I'll be down for it. So the book is called The Higher Call. I'll put it in my stuffy. Oh, what am I doing? I know where I need to go. I go here. Is it by Adam Marcos? Combat and chivalry in a world torn skies of World War II. Okay. Yeah, that's it? Okay, perfect. I will do that. I love listening, and if I have a chance to read, I love to, but most of the time I have to listen to audibles now because I just don't have time to sit down and read books. And anytime I have the time to sit down and do something is normally painting miniatures. So it's either paint miniatures or read a book. Right now, as you guys just saw the massive amount of crap that I have, and it's mostly the painting part, and then when it comes to books, just listening to the audibles works in my favor. But I do like reading, physically reading books. But yep, I will give it a gander. I will listen up and on it for sure. I like all World War II stories. Some of them are just crazy. They're so crazy of stories that you almost feel like they're just not real, but you know they're real. Like, you're just like, that can't be. You're like, yeah, it is. You're like, that's insane, man. That is insane. But they do it. They sure do. One of those stories for sure. Yes, and I love them. But there's like so many of them too where they just talk, you're just like, no way. Yes way. Yes way. You're like, oh my gosh, the things you guys did. Crazy. Like the beach ball sized nads you have to do some of the things that these people did. I was just like, oh my gosh. I have to look this thing over so many times because there's so many little white spots that we're gonna have to cover. Well, we did get the, I'll probably pop this off. I accidentally popped off the plugins because these things are all just snap togethers. Happens all the time. It's kind of annoying, but it does. Probably go a little thinner. Up there. Where are me rods? Really? That's the only size I have? I mean, it works, but it just feels like I could do like a little size smaller would be not half bad. Look at one of those stories for sure. Yeah, I finished listening to the book this morning at work, and it was like crazy sequence of events. This is probably the best investment of money can buy. I'm tired of drilling with my hands. Like the hand drills. Like they're great for things, but this thing is just awesome. There we go. I love this thing. Potato sauce. That's an awesome name. I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Potato sauce. Need the wire cutters. Oh, with this ultimate strength. All right, here's the deal. Now, Jack Black is great. He's funny. I just don't see him playing like Warhammer is a little too serious of a role for him to be playing like Eldrick or anything of that sort, unless you're making like a fun spam movie, you know, like you have Star Wars and you have like Spaceballs, right? And I feel like Jack Black would be playing like Spaceballs, not Star Wars. Does that make sense? So I feel like they put Jack Black in a... I just never seen him really play a serious role of anything. He's always just been in that comedic form all the time. Oh, for sure. And I feel like it's kind of just blunder, really. I don't know. That's like a hard one. Like if they're making a Minecraft version of Warhammer, yeah, go ahead and throw Jack Black in there. But seriously. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think Jack Black would work, even though that he's a nerd and he might like the characters and stuff like that. But him playing, I'm like, you're gonna see this like elf just singing songs with a lute or something like that. I just don't know. I just don't feel like that's up that kind of alley there. Like I would think that it'd be a more of a serious drama of some kind. Whether they're gonna do like the Eisenhorn series, which I still think the Eisenhorn series is like a bad call. I wouldn't do Eisenhorn series. I would actually try to do something that has a little bit more involvement with like Rabute Gilliman. I think that if Henry Cavill needs to prize a role in something, that I think he needs to be Rabute Gilliman. He can be Rabute Gilliman all the way in the 30K if they ever do it, and then he can be Rabute Gilliman in 40K. Like he can do both. It would be like a show about Valdor sharing his feelings, monologues from the Aramite. before I get too crazy. Keep getting stabbed. There we go. Perfect. Better than it ever was. Gotta say, it's better than it ever was. 50 Shades of Sisters of Silence. Dude, where's my Space Hulk? That's awesome. Speaking of Space Hulk, be kind of cool if they bring a Space Hulk board game. Been hearing like Valric talk about rumors about that like forever, and if that actually comes to fruition, that'd be really cool to have a Space Hulk board game again. Would be awesome. Because that's like old. Like that's like 90s old. And I do, where's my Space Hulk? Like it'd probably be a little reach, but like Mars Attack instead of Mars Attack would be AdMech Attack. And then have AdMech look all silly like those aliens that came from Mars in Mars Attack. That would be pretty funny too. 50 Shades of Sisters of Silence. That's probably that is like by far the funniest thing I've said. That is hilarious. All right, we've got to do. We got plum and purple, and then. Oh, where did I put it, Brent? Where is my faded plum? It should be here. Oh, there it is. It's in front of my face. I just know it was. Karn the Barbarian. All right, so I'm going to take the faded plum and the royal purple. We're going to do a little mixy-roo with both of them. Like, I don't like it being as dark as royal purple, but it just needs to be a little bit brighter, but not a full solid purple, if that makes any sense. I think I'll stick with that. The good, the bad, and the space wolf. A fistful of Imperium. Taking about half of the shell of the carapace. It doesn't have to be perfect, which I always feel like that always gives it a good characteristic, because these things are like bug-like creatures and not every carapace is exactly the same. I can't wait till Netflix finally releases the next season of The Witcher. I can't wait to see that. Is debauchery the right freaking word for that? I don't know if I'm saying the right word for that. I think after when I was listening to maybe I wasn't listening, maybe I read it on an article or something like that. And then they're just like, in this other season, they're gonna get back to the main source. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, couldn't you guys done that when Henry Cavill was still with you guys? We're gonna go back now. After he left, it's like, well, isn't that why he left? Is because you guys were going off source, not on source? It made me chuckle a little bit there, because I was sitting there, I'm like, that was the whole point of what Henry Cavill was talking about, and why he left is because you guys were getting off source, and then you're saying that you're going back onto source again. I'm like, well, if you stayed on source, Henry Cavill would have been doing all the rest of the seasons. Oh, it was a mistake from the get-go. They got a lot of backlash. They're backpedaling. They're getting back onto Source again. Supposedly, we'll see on the fourth season. Because the problem is they went off Source, and then I think they got themselves in a pickle of things not equaling up right or working out right. And then they had to go back onto Source because, like, I have no idea. Like, it was just funny when I read the article of some kind. It was in there going, oh, they're going back onto Source again, of the source from the books. And I'm like, well, isn't that why Henry was leaving? Because you guys are going off Source? So, like, why didn't you guys just talk about that beforehand instead of him going like, I'm done. I'm not going to deal with you guys anymore. This is it. Like, I'm like super confused. And there's nothing wrong with like at least staying with characters on Source, and especially in that, and they're doing it by the books, really, with all the book characters and stuff. It's not like you're doing the video games, where like the video games, you don't have to really necessarily be on Source because he's in just like a certain area of time, and there's always some sort of battle or fight or something, and then he's fighting against these monsters or whatever. That isn't necessarily the same characters of the book, but it doesn't go along with the book. It's kind of its own dealio, and they always said it was its own dealio, but they utilize the characters in the story, but then they're kind of taking it and still being in that same universe, and then it's like Geralt doing something. So it's almost kind of like if they did that in the Netflix thing, and then taking the characters and then saying going off Source from the books instead, why don't you just do your own thing with it, where they were doing it with the book but off Source? Doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like, why don't you just do it like what the video game people are doing, and then just kind of do your own thing? But maybe they just have a lack of imagination. I don't know. Beats me. Beats me. This sucks because, like, I just didn't expect Henry Cavill to pull off Geralt of Rivia so well. Like, I like the voice because he has, like, the same voice as, like, the video game. Something that we're kind of, like, familiar with. A little bit of familiarity, and I liked it a lot. Because I'm like, honestly, you sound just like the video game, you know? I'm sitting there, I'm like, dude, you have the same voice as the dude on video game. Like, I'm like, that's crazy. It's like deep, raspy. Yeah, like they diverted too much from the original. No, it's absolutely correct in every way. Well, at first, like, I didn't know what they were really talking about in The Witcher until I actually had to go and listen through all the Witcher novels. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's like, there's some handful of like real big things that were going on in there. And because at first I didn't know. I was sitting there, I was like, I have no idea. I never even like read the books or even listened to them. So I actually got them all on Audible, and then I listened to it, and then I was like, okay, there is like a big difference there. There's a lot that were part of the story, and then there's like a ton of it that had nothing. What's up, Devon? How you doing? How are things? Big carapace. Big monster carapace. Game against Custodes, kept it close the whole game, but he outscored me on turn 5. Oh, the Custodes got you, huh? Shoot. Made a mess. Did you say a boogeyman army? You don't play enough of them? It's a common saying at the same for the same reason. The boogeyman at the playing tables is custodies. Like, is it just because you don't see a whole lot of people playing custodies? So he had a captain on bike and also a solo character he's deep striked with. Yeah, that's probably one of the new, that new captain character. None of the tanks though. His army-wide rule negated my second plague -1 to hit. Ooh. See here, people will say boogeyman to an army that they lose against a lot. Don't know why though. Oh, gotcha. Lost to Imperial Guard tonight, but it was a good game. That's good. That's good. What's up, Space Nifty? How you doing? But okay. Well, for me, every army is a boogeyman to me. I'm like, I'm always losing. I don't know why. Lack of gaming skills. My dice are boogeyman. That's what that comes down to. +1 to hit, +1 to wound, and a -1 to wound on my end. Rules completely null my rules. Oh. Oh, that definitely made things tough. Definitely makes it tough when you have all these excellent buffs on your end and they just get completely negated. It's kind of like that nonsense with friggin' that assassin character. I can just like drop in. It has like, I don't know what they have now. I don't know if their bubble shrank or gained or whatever, but I think the last time it was like a bubble of like 16 inches. And it just like negates all psychic abilities. And so whenever you're playing like Grey Knights, you just drop that sucker right in there and all the Grey Knights have no psychic abilities at all and you're just shooting them all off the table. You're like, damn. Like, damn. Is it Calades? I'm like, it's one of them ones. It's one of them ones. Ugh. It's been so stinking hot. I've been so tired and dehydrated. Probably a little heat exhausted. It's been beating me up. thing. Now she drops in and snipes characters. Okay. Something's going on with my Vindicare because my Vindicare got really expensive. Like the assassin Vindicare. Because he rose quite a bit in points. Like he's like 130 points just for him. The worst part, I don't really know exactly what the Vindicated sniper dude can do, except for sniping characters, I imagine. And but really went really high up in the points. I was like, wow, he just like, I think he went up like 30 points because I think they were only like 100. Oh, you decided to sell one of your armies? Really? Oh, you're Ultra Bros. Yeah, the Vindicated Assassin model is a really cool one. The Warhammer Plus one is the best one, but it's still a really cool model. That's the only one that's gonna roll with my Imperial Knights is just that dude. Just running around sniping characters right in the face. Just plow. He's gonna be the worst sniper on my army because I'm gonna roll and fail everything on it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can use the Ultra Bring stuff for salamanders. You're just selling ultra specific units. I also have Ultra Marine specific characters. Yeah, well, we still got to wait and see about all the combat patrols of different chapters. Like, I'm thinking that you're probably going to have combat patrols for all the different main chapters. So, your Ultra Bros already have theirs, but probably like a White Scar one, a Salamander one, probably Imperial Fist one, because they're all coming with like remade or redone chapter masters or whatever. New character models. Probably going with a specific combat patrol. We've had those in ninth edition. They had those too, where they had like the Imperial Fist, Salamanders, and all that kind of stuff. Raven Guard and all that. Like this Screamer Killer's like a Resident Evil nemesis. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna keep coming back for you. Like, yeah. Who's going to Salamanders because they look awesome, plus Flamers and Meltas. Yes. Already have characters in Furnace, Eradicators. Dugisya and Blade Guard. Nice. Like, I think I'm gonna like run. Well, we'll see what happens with Black Templars, but I think Black Templars, Blade Guard Ancient, 18 Blade Guards. Because I think you can run up to 6 Blade Guards. So, yeah, have 18 Blade Guards, probably a couple Ancients. Do a Land Raider and Rhino. Probably 20 Sword Brethren. Chaplains. Or whatever that new Chaplain character would probably be really cool to have. Hellbrick. Grimaldus. With the Land Raider and the Rhino, probably throw some Ballistas Dreads in that mix. I think that would somewhat relatively balance things out with shooting. Probably a Crusader squad, if not 2 Crusader squads. Especially Crusader squads are cheaper than Intercessors. Well, they were. I don't know if they still are. But normally they're cheaper than Intercessors. I can run a... I don't know if we're going to still have like the old Crusaders and the Primaris Crusaders, or they're going to get rid of the old Crusaders, or they're going to give us new Crusaders. Would be kind of cool that are not Primaris, but like updated Crusaders would be kind of neat. Or not, I don't know. Or they can just give me a bunch of neophytes. Like instead of having like some of the Primaris Crusaders and then like some neophytes, like actually have like a set of neophytes like scouts. Would be kind of cool, just having neophytes. And then I can like stretch those across the back just to hold the back down and then run everything else up. Yeah, Land Raider with Flamers. And then the weird thing about Black Templars, I think everything can have Meltas. So even like the ATVs can have Meltas and all that stuff. Yeah, the neophytes. yeah, the neophytes. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of cool if they separated that from the Crusader box. Like, I think getting rid of the old Crusaders would work if they can replace all the old Crusaders with just neophytes, and then have like the Primaris Crusaders. Like have Primaris Crusaders as like a box themselves, and then have neophytes as their own separate box. And I think that would be just freaking awesome. So you can have like ATVs with Meltas, with Black Templars. You can have like the repulsors, or whatever they're called, like the floating wagons. And they can have Meltas. And I wonder if the Land Raider can have Meltas too. But I think I want the Land Raider with the las cannons, because I think that would be even better. Las cannons, maybe some Ballista Dreadnought, maybe 1, possibly 2. Because I'm going to have so much like just melee fighting. It'd be nice to kind of have something that can shoot something. But yeah, I was thinking about them Black Templars too, because I'm like, oh, those Black Templars. And all my Black Templars are built. All my Blood Angels are built. Got everything. Drago might be gone from the Grey Knight Codex. Really? That's unexpected. Isn't Drago kind of like a main character source in Grey Knights? Like, isn't he a good character model? Really? Saw a little playtest here. Not using Drago. So you got Castellan Crow. And his little special OP freaking whatever's gonna happen with Castle and Crow. But man, that combat patrol box looks so weak. Yeah, I would figure that would be kind of strange too. I'm hoping they just didn't have him because the model is getting refreshed. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I always like Crow's model. I painted Crow twice. And then Valdis would be cool, be neat to deal with too. Then they gave too much value in the previous one. Yeah, it just looks such a sad combat patrol box. Like, really, you're gonna give me a Venerable Dreadnought? But your last box gave like a whole baby carriage. Like, I just find that they're gonna do something. It's gonna sound so silly, and then watch, you'll see like it's Grey Knights and that special unit with Castle Crow with Crow will be like super OP. 2 crows. That's an attempted murder. Yeah, no kidding, right? But they'll probably do something, and then something that spices up the Venerable Dreadnought, because I didn't think anybody played with Venerable Dreadnoughts. Like, I still don't know anybody that really plays with Venerable Dreadnoughts. Except for, I think, like, Black Templars could take a Venerable Dreadnought, because there's one that's like Black Templars. And then the other, like, somewhat Venerable Dreadnought would be the Blood Angels Death Company Dreadnought. They had the baby carrier. The one that makes it look so silly is because the character is in front of it. It'd be one thing if the character was in behind. Like you have like somebody that's like looking through like inside of a body or something like that. Like, why would you have yourself so exposed? Like, you just be out there and be like, shoot me, I dare you to shoot me. Like, it's just, why would you be hanging out there all by yourself, you know? Even when you're looking at like the Invictus tactical war suit, you know, at least he's like in somewhat of a cage. Still kind of silly because it doesn't have like any glass coverings or anything. Just some roll bars, just shoot me in the face kind of thing. Like, they all have the mindset that their enemies shoot like freaking stormtroopers, so they don't have anything to worry about. Like, they all shoot like stormtroopers, dude. We'll be fine. They can't hit the side of a barn of it right in front of their face, you know. They couldn't even run into a side of a barn. How about that? And they'll be like, all right, we'll skip the bulletproof glass. Like, I still have one, yeah, and it's just like, it's almost like those things are almost becoming somewhat obsolete, even though that they're really pushing them pretty heavy on the Space Wolves, running all those Venerable Dreadnoughts. They haven't put it out on the table forever, yeah, because it's just not worth it with all the other dreadnoughts being so great. And then a lot of times you're not even using them anyways, just because you got no more coin to spin on them, like coinage. Yeah, if stormtroopers were lumberjacks, the only thing safe in the woods would be the trees. That's another thing that I'm trying to get through, is finally having like a chance to like watch Andor. There's still some other seasons of stuff I need to watch on Disney. But I'm almost to the point where like there's no point for me to carry on holding on to Disney after I'm done with most of these things. I'm like, dude, I pay for that thing like all the time, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, why the hell am I paying for this thing? I'm barely on it. Like my time of Marvel stuff has kind of faded from me a bit. So I really don't care what happens next in the Marvel universe. I think they did enough, but now they're doing even more, and I'm just like, 3 Dread Knights and a Grandmaster Dread Knight. Oh, really? Sarah Libby gonna try those Dark Angels. I guess those Deathwing Knights freaking slap pretty hard. The great thing that I like about the 10th edition is at least they're not forgetting factions, chapters, and stuff that they released early. And I know maybe they sucked during a certain period of time, but then they make some changes and adding some things to the detachment, or adding new detachments or data slates or whatever the heck I'm thinking of. And then making it where they're actually like playable again and competitive again, like keeping them up with the meta. I think that's really awesome, because they sure didn't do that in all the other editions. They were like good for the time when the new codex came out, and then they were obsolete in like 3 months in. Yeah, it's just like it had something to do with all those Deathwing Knights, and then they just like, and they're like slapping hard, like they just come in and they're just whacking fools, and they're a little hard to remove off the table. So looks like not a half bad deal there for the Dark Angels. Almost got the old lady bonnet on this Tyranid done. Almost. Doesn't that look like an old lady bonnet or something? Screamer Killer Granny. It kind of has a granny face. If you really look at it, it does have like a granny face. Wrath of the Rock looks strong. Oh, no. She's talking about your company heroes. The new company heroes. That's what she's talking about. She's talking about these. Sorry. She's talking about the Warhammer heroes. This whole thing is a cracked up joke. Like, I didn't think that any of the hero things really that big of a deal. I don't think that like the company, the hero boxes were that great anyways. I mean, I find them all. This is the only thing that it like sucks is that you can buy a whole brick of 8. There's no guarantee you will get all 7 miniatures if you buy a full dispenser of 8 boxes. So if you buy a whole brick of 8, you're not gonna get the 7th mystery model. Like, that's the one that friggin' bugs me the most. This is like every display unit will have 8 blind boxes, and there's no guarantee you will get all 7 miniatures if you buy the dispenser of 8 boxes. I'm like, well, why? Like, why would you not give the mystery one out of 8? Like, I think that's just so dumb. That's the one that's just like, it's so frustrating where I'm just like, why are you guys doing, like, GW is really like, man, they couldn't kick you anymore when you're down, and then it's just like, oh, here you go, here's some trash miniatures. You guys are gonna buy it. Yeah. Well, they're like making it like we're like collecting cards here. Like, it's like, it's miniatures. We're not, you know, it's not a collectible thing. Well, it can be in certain aspects, but like, I think like their commemorative models are like collectibles, I want to say. But like, really, you're gonna do company heroes and the hero box, and then literally you can't get them in a brick of 8? Like, oh my gosh. They're just like useless to anyone who's not playing. And well, those things were all meant for kill teams anyways. Like, I don't recall even the Blood Angel one, like actually utilizing that in a Blood Angel army. And then like your Ultra Bro heroes, like, I think there's 7 of them or whatever. But normally using them for kill team because intercessors come in a block of 10, so you're kind of -3 short. So you're 3 short, so you can't really do that, or you have to take 3 away and run an intercessors of 5. So I think that all those things were meant for kill teams. Even the Death Guard ones. Well, I think you can utilize the Death Guard ones because I think the Death Guard's coming in 7 and then their unit count is 7. It's practically the only one that you can use in like your 40k army because of that. The Death Guard one has some good characters. I can't remember with the Death Guard one. I know I have it. I put it with all my other crap up above. Or was the... Oh yeah, because that one came with like a sorcerer in it, didn't it? Because this one here, one, two, three, four, five, six, 70, 7. I think it came with this cool sorcerer dude. Which is a really neat looking model. Were they Terminators in the Heroes? Was the Blood Angels the... Like I just bought the stupid things and I never really, I honestly never even like looked at them to see if they were like worth anything to me. I just kept them in the box because I was sitting there, I'm like, I'm just keeping them in packages. Why can I not like find them? Ah, there they are. I guess they were all the Terminators, huh? Yeah, they had a brick of 5 Terminators. All Assault Terminators. Yeah, the new Malignant Plague caster. Can only lead Plague Marines. Still back then it was solo character and that's special. He competes with Biologous Putrefier and Malignant Plague Caster now. Ah, gotcha. Freaking interesting. Well, it just seems like it does that quite often. Like sometimes they just don't. It seems like there's a lot of, sometimes things go great and then some things decline really bad. Like Grey Knights. And then now we got Space Marine Heroes. Where you're not gonna be able to get the 7th model. Out of 8 models, you're not gonna get the 7th one. You might get it, but you're never gonna know because they're all mystery boxes. So I'm wondering if there's gonna be a difference in weight. Like, I wonder if that's how you determine if you're gonna have one or not, is by the weight of the box. Like, if you weight them in grams, if the mystery one will weigh more, or it's the same kind of plastic, or it seemed like there'd be like some way to be able to tell. Kind of like how you can do it with when you're doing like trading cards and you have blister packs and know which one has foils and which one doesn't have foils. And then you weigh them, and there's like a 2 gram difference because the foils are heavier than regular cards. I wonder if the mystery one will, because it has like more stuff on it or whatever, may possibly weigh heavier than the other sprues by maybe a gram or 2, and then that would be able to change, well, be able to know the difference between one and the other. Right. That on science just by feeling a pack of magic cards. Was scary and was on point. He was. Oh, well, it kind of depends on like what cards, because like there was a different kind of packaging. It was different, and it was actually in the Magic the Gathering cards. They, for some reason, have like a different, like there was like a missing rib inside the fold of the package, and if you unfolded that and you can rub your fingers in it, you can tell if it's actually has it has something rare in the cards or whatnot, because foil cards curve, and like all the other cards are flat, and foil cards curve a little bit. So when they curve, when they're in the package, the seal on the inside doesn't give you all the full ribs. So I can't remember the counting of the ribs or whatever. So you can actually feel those, and because it takes up more space, and that's how you're able to tell between those. Weird dumb things that we do. Just to try to figure out when you're going through a whole box, like a booster box of open cards, and you're trying to figure out which one has it, and you're like you'll feel the rib on the back of the fold of the wrapper, and you undo that one, and you'll just feel the ribs on it, and it'll have like a count of like four ribs in it, or 5 ribs. And then one will have like 3 ribs or 4 ribs or something like that, and that's when you know you have like a special foil card in there. Bronzonite. Purging the unclean. I appreciate that follow. Thank you so much for that. But now it just kind of makes me curious on the heroes if there's a weight difference. Oh, nice. This is like coming across like really nicely. It's like coming by fast. Still had enough time to goof off a little bit. Show off some things that I was working on. I was doing a bunch of recordings. My local won't care if I go and weigh the boxes. Like, I think you would have to weigh them as like a whole 8. Like, that's what I would figure, that there'd probably be a weight difference in a whole box of 8. So you would just take like a whole 8, weigh it in grams, because you would have to do grams, because you couldn't do ounces because it wouldn't give you the proper thing. So you just put your weight scale on grams, put a whole brick of 8 on there, and see if they have like multiples of different one. Hopefully they have like more than just like 1 or 2, because it would suck that like they would all have the same number. But it would be interesting if you put one there and it would have like, you know, this one's like 232 grams or whatever it is. And then you put another one and it'll say like this one's 234 grams. And then you'll be like, okay, there's a 2 gram difference. So you would probably have to buy like both boxes, open both of them up and be like, okay, this one has this much weight and this one had this much weight, by a couple grams. And if it came with the actual dealio, because then it'd be easy, because if I knew like what the grams were, then you can sit there and go on eBay and you'll see all of them listed on there for how much, you know, they want for them and whatnot, and be like, put that on a gram scale for me and tell me what the number is. And then it'd be like, that's a weird ask. Like, just fucking do it, you know? And then they'd be like, all right, it's 234. I'm like, okay, boom, sold, it's mine. And then be like, okay, now I know for sure I have it, you know? Yeah, I could do a YouTube on it, and then everywhere will do it. And then freaking GW will be all pissy on me and hit me with some stupid nonsense that I can't, I don't know, infringing upon their something or others. whatever the heck they can come up with, some nonsense. But I'm almost certain that there's got to be a way to find out, and I'm almost thinking that it has to be something to do with weight. Yeah, and do a whole YouTube on it and be like, I broke it. I broke GW's system. They will not have the gotcha moment on me. And then put some ridiculous gotcha thing on friggin' my YouTube channel too. And be like, if you want to know the weight, come over on my Patreon and I'll tell you all about it. You gotta pay for this valuable information of a $10 monthly subscription on Patreon for me to tell you the weights. What is the weight? Oh. Like something silly too, like there was another one. Bad dabbing, yes. Yep, gotcha. Gotta be a membership. Yeah. Nah, I would do it just to try to break the system. I would just wonder if any of my local stores would like freak out if I brought a scale, because I'm trying to figure it out. Like it's got to be a weight. There's got to be something slightly different about the boxes. Because I just don't think that GW like thought through the whole process of like the car, the weight of it. I doubt that they, well, we don't know, like, it may be I think the worst part is because I think that's just another intercessor. I just don't see it being anything remotely different than anything else. That this model will probably weigh the same as all the rest of the models. But the thing is that it's a box of 8, right? So you get an extra model of whatever. Maybe it will have a difference in the weight, just because if it gives you 2 other intercessors and not this one, and then those 2 intercessors will give you a total weight, and then you'll have 1 intercessor and then 1 of whatever this is, which looks like another assault intercessor to me. Just because how he's lunging with 2 feet back here and having him going forward. Almost looks like another assault intercessor. I would figure that some of them would weigh exactly the same. So I don't know. It'll be quite interesting to try to see about that, because there might be a slight difference in the weights. Because I would figure that one maybe carrying a sword. I don't know. I honestly would have to actually take some intercessors and then weigh them. Because they're all the same things. Like, I have all the Infernus, I have Infiltrators, I have the Reavers. I can grab all of those models and weigh them. And then it just depends on what that 8th model is. If it's just a regular intercessor that's holding a bolter, or if it's an assault intercessor holding a sword. And then also, if their assault intercessor, does it weigh the same as a regular intercessor? So I think I would have to. Or is it the unknown and eliminator? I don't know. Looks like it's possibly holding 2. It almost looks like it's holding 2 models. It looks like he's holding 2 weapons. Because, like, that thing's pointing upward, this thing's coming out. That almost looks like a tip of that looks like a tip of a sword. Like one of their like short dagger swords. And then the other one's probably a sideways view of a pistol or a heavy bolter. Oh yeah, the sprue will add to the weight, so I can't do it without actually having all the sprues. Yeah, so actually technically we just have to start weighing the boxes and see if all the boxes weigh the same, or if there's a fluctuation in the weight. I don't know, it's interesting. Now it got me curious, now I need to know. And the only reason why I think of weight and stuff like that, that's because of Rob on the Long War, where he's able to determine exactly how many boxes are allocated to every country because of the weight of the shipping package, of the weight of the freight. And then from the freight, he determines about how many boxes actually get allocated. So I'm almost thinking that there's probably got to be a difference in the weight in those boxes. Yeah, well, we'll have to see. It could backfire and they're actually made with the same exact amount of plastic for all the models and they all weigh the same. Almost. We're getting there. Right. Man, I got like 15 minutes on the clock. Time goes by when you're having fun, that's for sure. Having a good old time. Good old time talking smack about good old GW. I like doing it. I can't help myself. stinking arms. Just hanging out, poking everywhere. Do all the silly little parts on their claws. This brush once upon a time had a tip. Not much of a tip no more. Nice. Yeah, because then on Friday, be pretty dang close to almost finishing this bad boy up on Friday. Like I've always said, every time I'm doing the Tyranids, doing the main body and the carapace, always feels like that takes the longest. Followed by like the crab meat parts, all the like inner parts of the joints. Probably it doesn't take as long as all the rest of this, because everything that we've done is like 3 parts, 3 different shades of color in it, and everything else is relatively just 2. Yeah, no. Oh, that's true. Yeah, no stream on Friday, so I always forget. I forget that it's 4th of July. I forget that it's happening. What? Yeah, you want to build those too? More miniatures. Those are old miniatures.
Like, back when you were
Back when I was your age?
saying?
Yes.
Like, were they like
1990s?
Yeah.
Yes. That's all the old world stuff. Old world. Yeah, I would have to show you how to build with pewter models, metal models. Go for it, painting. Hello, how's it going? How are you doing? Have a great paint job. Appreciate it. Always having a good time painting. That is what I do. Non-stop painting all the time.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Not entertained.
Is this not why you are here?
Time flies when you're having fun. We're getting dang close on the Screamer Killer. So probably won't be touching this model until Tuesday of next week. Because now we got 4th of July. So on 4th of July, we're going to I'm going to be off 4th, so I can take the kid out and go see fireworks. So no streaming on my end on Friday. And Sunday, a video will drop. I'm hoping to finish up the rest of the videos because I finished, well, I've been doing the recording, so I'll be doing the Librarian and Terminator armor, the special Primaris and Primaris company champion, something of that sort. That's what this one's called. And then, of course, the brick of 5 of the Terminators. So I already did, they're like 3 individual videos. So it's just like this one will be done, and then this one, and then this one, with the whole brick of 5 of them. Right, and then that'll give me about 3 videos. Then I gotta do the build and the last the last model for the Combat Patrol box. And after all these are all done, we're done with the Combat Patrol box of the Ultra Bros. But there is one additional HQ that they give you. So there's a chaplain that goes with the Ultra Bros, and then there's the parasite of Mortex or whatever it's called for the Tyranids. And I feel like I should have those all completed and done, and then I think it kicks off to doing the Eldari. So I have to think about what I want to do. I think about not going so bright red on the Eldari, and actually maybe do a little bit more of like a charcoal going into the red, and then go in that kind of color scheme. It's gonna be a lot, man. It's like get that Combat Patrol box done, because I don't see a whole lot of videos on Eldars and stuff. So I think that'd be a lot of fun, especially how you make like all the little stripe plan, like all the hieroglyphic looking freehand stuff that we can put on those. I think it'd be really neat. Anyways, Screamer Killer, we'll be finishing this up by next week. Obviously, I gotta wait. We won't be streaming on Friday, so we'll just go up on Tuesday. Try to finish him up, and then we got the Biovore, and then we got the Nerogons that are all being Leviathan Hivefleet. And then I'll have to do the video on how to paint the Leviathan Hivefleet color scheme on a Termagant, which that'll be easy. And then I have to go through a whole brick of 20 to make it look like this. So, not a bad gig. Not a bad gig. All right, let's go ahead and close up shop. This old man's getting tired. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Tuesday, happy Canadian Day, and have a wonderful 4th of July. Yeah, happy Canada Day to you, and we'll probably have a pretty good time over on 4th of July this Friday. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Really do appreciate it. Shout out to the sponsors above. You can use those commands in chat, or you can go over to my Discord, !Discord, and in my Discord I have all my sponsor affiliate links. Thank you guys for using those links. And of course, use those discount codes and save on the hobby dollars for all the sponsors that I have. It does help. It does help when you do the affiliate links. When you do, it gives me a little bit of cutback from the store that you're buying it from. No charge to you guys. It's just a deal that we got for all the sponsorships that I'm affiliated with. So I do appreciate when you guys do need to buy stuff and get it from those stores. So thank you. Over on my Discord too, I have my eBay store. You can do !eBay here, and it also has the link over there on my Discord as well. So make sure that you come over on my Discord. So if I'm not streaming and you need to get something, you can easily get to it through my Discord. Otherwise, eBay, everything that I paint on this stream goes over to my eBay store. I'm just trying to do a kind of a max exodus of miniatures, but I really want to still paint them, so I'm just throwing them out there. After I'm done, put them on eBay and sell them off. Everything that gets sold on eBay is helping me get new equipment So I've been just saving everything that comes out of the sales of eBay, and then hopefully be enough to get some couple cameras. I need a couple cameras, a table, and there's a few other things that I need, and then we can start making some really cool YouTube videos that doesn't go with just a bunch of tutorials all the time. So that's what I'm trying to shoot for. Other than that, guys, make sure you follow me over on my socials. And I'm on Instagram. I am doing recordings on Alika the Undefeated for Black Forge Games. That goes to MHCP. So I have been doing the phone recordings. I just haven't really got anything going for Instagram lately. But normally that's what I'm normally on, is on Instagram uploading pictures. Other than that, that's pretty much all I got. That's it. That is it. Let's go refresh my Twitch. See who is about. Get over onto my Twitch. Oh, I'm gonna have to sign into my thing. All right, perfect. All right, and let's go over and raid. It is Tuesday. We got Inquisitor on. Inquisitor Burnsy. Let's go over to Burnsy and see what he's up to. He's over in, see what miniatures he's actually painting. I don't know if he's still working on the Skaven. Oh, he's going to start figuring out some gold non-metallic metal. That's awesome. Perfect. That's a great little video. They actually start going over to Inquisitor Burnsy. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. I do appreciate all the follows, the raids, the subs, the resubs. I really do appreciate it. And if you're over there on YouTube, thank you so much for subscribing over to YouTube. I really do appreciate it. So thank you. And make sure you get some likes on those. Like the video so we can try to bust this algorithm through, and I can start working so we can work that destiny grind of getting more followers over onto YouTube. So that would be great. So thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Let's go over to Inquisitor Burnsy, see what he's up to. You guys have a wonderful rest of your week. Have a great 4th of July. And 4th of July weekend, so it'll be a 3-day weekend. And then I'll catch you guys over on Tuesday, and then hopefully then I'll still have a YouTube video dropping on Sunday, so that will be happening. And yeah, that'll be about it. Thanks guys, really do appreciate it. Until then, I'll see you guys next time. Take care.